C1309 Gathering of Exiles. Chapter 1309 Gathering of Exiles. 1309 Gathering of Exiles. Dazzling Sword. Is there another name I can address you as? Yuan asked with a weird look on his face. You can just call me Daz then. All right. Then, Daz, what's next? Yuan asked. There's still one last part of the recruitment before you can meet the others. Dazzling Sword said, and he continued. You see, there's a reason why the 10 great families gathered all of us together. Do you know why? Yuan pretended to think about the answer before responding. Is there some kind of insanely hard dungeon that requires this much firepower? Dazzling Sword laughed at his answer for a moment before speaking, something like that, but it's not a dungeon. It's an exile. Yuan acted surprised and exclaimed, What? The 10 great families is doing all of this just for a single exile? She's not just a mere exile. She's an exile from the Azura clan. Hu Kai's exclaimed with clenched fists. Xiao Hua. Act surprised and shout, What? The Azura clan? That's impossible. Yuan instructed her through divine sense. What? The Azura clan? That's impossible. Xiao Hua shouted a moment later, but sounded a bit stiff and unnatural. I know it sounds ridiculous, and while there isn't any actual proof, just the possibility of the Azura clan existing outside the primordial realm is dangerous enough for us to work together. Hu Kai's took Xiao Hua's unnatural response as a kind of shock and continued to explain further. If it's true that someone from the Azura clan has managed to acquire the Supreme Heaven's legacy, we must work together to get rid of her before she gets rid of us. If we don't deal with her as soon as possible, none of us will have a chance of survival. Xiao Hua's eyebrows twitched after hearing such a thing, as Hu Kai's made it sound like her family was the most dangerous thing in this world. If it's really the Azura clan, then I am willing to work together with the other exiles to get rid of her. Xiao Hua said a moment later, following Yuan's instructions again. Great. Then until we remove the threat, we are in a truce. If you attack any of the other exiles for any reason, we will all attack you at once. Do you understand? Hu Kai's asked, his gaze filled with killing intent. Xiao Hua silently nodded her head. Is that all there is to it? Just hunting this exile? Yuan suddenly asked. Yeah, what else do you want? Dazzling Sword nodded. Oh, are you perhaps asking about the rewards? Don't worry, you'll receive your share once we meet up with the others. So, the 10 great families are purposefully not mentioning the true purpose of their recruitment. Huh, Yuan thought to himself. Then what will happen after we finish this quest? Yuan continued asking. We will return to our own journey. Dazzling Sword said. But if you manage to make a connection with the 10 great families, you can probably continue working with them. I see. Then when are we going to make a move? I'm not sure about that, but from what I've been hearing, we might be moving out very soon. Anyways, if you have more questions, you can wait until we group up with the others. Dazzling Sword said. Follow me. Yuan and Xiao Hua proceeded to follow Dazzling Sword into a nearby city to use their teleportation device. As they traveled, Hu Kai started a conversation with Xiao Hua. So, what did you do to end up as an exile? Xiao Hua responded without looking at him. I killed people. Of course you did. All of us did. How did you kill them? How many did you kill? Did you have a nickname? They call me the Butcherer. I had killed at least 10,000 mortals and over 1,000 cultivators. Brother Yuan, can I kill him? Xiao Hua asked, even though she already knew his answer. You'll get your chance later. Try to keep calm for now, Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua responded to Hu Kai's in a cold voice. That's all? 1,000 cultivators? You're much more pathetic than I thought. What did you say? Hu Kai stared at her, with immense killing intent shooting out of his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Hua turned to look at him and suddenly released her own killing intent. Omicron M. Xiao Hua's killing intent was so powerful that it materialized around her as an aura, making it seem as though she was surrounded by the countless souls that she had murdered. Heavens! Hu Kai's fell on his buttocks from shock after sensing Xiao Hua's dreadful killing intent. Do I still need to answer your questions? Xiao Hua asked. Hu Kai's hastily shook his head. What a fucking monster! Hu Kai's cried inwardly. How many people did she kill to acquire such immense killing intent? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Dazzling Sword was left dumbfounded after what had just witnessed. It was also the first instance he had seen Hu Kai's, typically assertive, behaving with such timidity. Is this the power of a Lord-grade servant? Dazzling Sword swallowed nervously, as Hu Kai's was only an elite-grade servant. After a while, they reached a sizable mansion perched atop a solitary hill, approximately 100 miles away from the nearest city. Yuan could sense the presence of over 100 individuals inside this building, and most of them were Spirit Kings. 112 Spirit Kings. So they managed to recruit this many exiles, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. However, even though he was against so many exiles, Yuan did not feel worried in the slightest. Where are we? Yuan asked Dazzling Sword. The Xiong family's property. Those rich bastards bought this land and this mansion here just for this quest. Dazzling Sword sighed out loud, and he continued, anyways, once we go inside, you'll be assigned to a room. Stay in there until you're called. Someone from the 10 great families will personally interview you later. If they approve of you, you'll officially be recruited and receive your rewards. C1310 112 Exiles. Chapter 1310 112 Exiles. 1310 112 Exiles. After giving Yuan a brief explanation of what to expect, Dazzling Sword opened mansion doors and led him inside. The interior was extremely quiet, almost as though they were the only ones there. Of course, that wasn't the case. Most of the exiles were in their own room with their partner, guiding their partner's cultivation. Since it required one to reach the Supreme Heaven to complete the Supreme Heaven's legacy, and exiles are unable to ascend on their own, they could only rely on their partners. Regrettably for these exiles, their partners were players who were unaware of cultivation until very recently, so it was much harder for them to grasp cultivation techniques. If it weren't for the system's assistance, most of them would be utterly hopeless when it comes to cultivation. Sometime later, Dazzling Sword led Yuan and Xiao to their room where they would be sharing together. This will be your room for now. Once you are officially recruited into our group, you'll receive another room. You're also not allowed to roam this place until then. Any questions? Dazzling Sword explained. How long will it take for the recruiter to show up? Yuan asked. It shouldn't take long. A few hours at most. You have a Lord-grade exile, after all. Dazzling Sword said. Later then. Dazzling Sword closed the door on the way out. While they waited for the recruitment to continue, Yuan used his divine sense to scout the area and examine everyone within the building. Out of the 112 exiles, the majority of them were men, with only 4 being female. They also had the appearance of a gangster and the aura of a delinquent. They're the type that people subconsciously avoid on the streets. Xiao, I know that as an exile, you feel responsible for the other exiles, but as partners, it's only natural to share responsibilities. Can you leave them to me this time? Yuan asked her. Okay. Xiao reluctantly nodded her head. Even if she wanted to deal with these exiles, she knew that she did not have the capability to do so in her current state. Of course, it would be a different story if she released the seal within her like the last time, but Xiao did not want to rely too much on the monster within her. But Brother Yuan, I want you to let me take care of that man from before, Xiao suddenly said. While she may not be able to fight over 100 exiles at once, she definitely didn't mind taking care of one. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. About half an hour later, Yuan turned to look at the door when someone knocked on it. They came earlier than ID expected. He went to open the door to find a beautiful young lady standing outside. Yuan raised his eyebrows after seeing this woman with a familiar face. This woman, if I recall correctly, we met during my visit to Bai Li Hua's estate. What was her name again? As Yuan tried to recall her identity, the woman greeted him with a friendly smile and said, Hello, I'm Fiery Queen from the Walker's family. May I come inside, Xiao? Fiery Queen? Oh, right. She tried to recruit me to the Walker's family back then. Yuan finally recalled her identity. Despite his excellent memory, his mind tends to automatically filter out unnecessary or unimportant information. Please. Yuan gestured for her to enter the room. As Fiery Queen entered the room, her eyes shifted toward Xiao, who was calmly seated on the couch. Once they were all seated, Fiery Queen spoke. In case you don't know, I am from the 10 great families that organized this quest. Yuan smiled and said, I have heard of you. Good, then let's start the final recruitment. Actually, this is more like an interview, since you're pretty much already recruited. You have been briefed about our mission by Dazzling Sword, correct? Fiery Queen asked. Indeed. Our mission is to defeat an exile who hailed from the Azura clan. That's right. Her existence is incredibly dangerous and would hinder not only the other exiles, but also us, players. Fiery Queen said, with a serious frown on her face. Just how powerful is this exile? Yuan asked. She's strong enough to treat other exiles as toddlers. However, now that there are over 100 of us working together, it will only be a matter of time before we defeat her. Seeing how she refused to talk about him, Yuan decided to poke the bear at the hornet's nest a little. This exile, she should also have a partner, right? Do we know who it is? Fiery Queen's face twitched a little after hearing his question, and she hastily said, As far as I am aware, this exile is working alone. If she doesn't have a partner, how could she threaten us? I was told that exiles are not allowed to ascend by themselves. While they cannot ascend alone, they can still do other things, such as hindering other exiles and players. This exile from the Azura clan is extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. In fact, she had killed over 100 players already. Is that so? If she's that dangerous, she definitely needs to be stopped. I'm glad that we are on the same page. Now let's talk about our contract. Since you are willing to work with us, we will supply you with a heaven-grade treasure. Unfortunately, we don't have any on hand right now, since they had all been taken by those who came before you. But if you see a heaven-grade treasure that you would like to have on sale anywhere, we will purchase it for you. As for your money of $5 million, we will send it to you the moment we have your bank information. Yuan nodded. Sounds great. Fiery Queen then continued with a fierce look on her face. However, I must warn you, once our money is in your bank, you can no longer back out of this quest. If you do so, we, the 10 great families, will crush you with our full force. Do you understand? Of course. I wouldn't dare to do anything like that. Yuan nodded with a calm smile. C1311 Player Yuan's Sudden Appearance. Chapter 1311 Player Yuan's Sudden Appearance. 1311 Player Yuan's Sudden Appearance. After getting his response, Fiery Queen said, You can give her bank information to the one who recruited you through the phone. The payment will be made within 24 hours. The same goes for your heaven-grade treasure. Any questions before I leave you alone? Just one. Yuan raised a finger as he said, When are we going to deal with this exile? Dazzling Sword told me that it won't be long before we act. We will act the moment we confirm the location of PLA, this exile. Fiery Queen said, nearly slipping and saying Player Yuan. And she continued, Don't worry, it shouldn't be long before we find her. We have thousands of people actively looking for her. Is that so? I hope we find her soon so I can get back to the game. Yuan said with a mysterious smile on his face. So they're looking for me. Huh? Not only was he being hunted by the Celestial Emperor and thousands of experts from the upper heavens, but even the players were looking for him. Yuan could wipe out everyone in the mansion at any moment, but he wanted to wait until the main culprits gathered so he could take care of them at once. Since they are actively keeping the fact that they are hunting me a secret, these players have no idea what they signed up for and are just a victim to their scheming. Yuan had no intention of hurting these players, especially since there was a chance he could hurt their souls and cripple their cultivation. However, as for their exiles, I will erase every last one of these criminals. This will also increase Xiao Hua's chances at the Supreme Heaven's legacy. While he planned on sparing the players, he was adamant on dealing with the exiles. No more questions, right? Then I will leave you alone for now. You can use this mansion as you like. There's even a swimming pool if you want to refresh yourself. After Fiery Queen left the room, Yuan turned to look at Xiao Hua and said, I will be right back. He logged off the following moment. Sometime later, he went to find Mei Feng. Can you do something for me? He asked her. It depends on what you need. I'd like you to spread some rumor on the internet about me appearing in a certain location in. I can do that, but what are you planning? Yuan proceeded to tell her about the current situation and how he needed to reveal his presence so he could act. I see. Give me an hour or so, and your presence will be known by almost everyone on the internet. Mei Feng said with a confident smile on her face. Great. As for the location, sometime later, Mei Feng retrieved her cell phone and called a certain individual. It's me. I need you to do something for me. Shortly after Mei Feng's phone call, rumors of Yuan's location began to spread in every forum and blog related to. Devil Dog. You won't believe this, but I just met the famous player Yuan today. We even shook hands. 9 lives, really? Where did you find him? Blue Chicken. If it's player Yuan, I saw him too. Though, I didn't dare to approach him. Cancel me. Nobody has seen player Yuan for over half a year, and he's suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seem sus. Finish him, right? This dude's probably just looking for clout. Devil Dog. If you don't believe me, you can go there and look for him yourself. I don't know what he was doing, but he's probably in the middle of a quest. While some people did not believe the rumors, there were many who believed it. It didn't take long for the rumors to reach the 10 great families' ears. Omicron and what? Player Yuan was spotted at Enchanted Bamboo Forest? There's no way this is real. Xiong did not dare believe his ears. The likelihood of Yuan appearing near their base, just as they sought him out, was near impossible. It would be no different than him intentionally walking into their crosshairs. Even if the rumors are true, what could he possibly be doing there? Fiery Queen questioned. Does it matter if the rumors are true or not? We still need to check it out for ourselves. Chenhuaxing said. I sent some people to investigate the moment I heard it. Xiong said. Despite his doubt, he could not allow the chance of finding Yuan to slip away, even if the chances were almost impossible. And he continued, call everyone from the group and make sure they are standing by in Cultivation Online, just in case. Meanwhile, when Yuan returned to Cultivation Online, he said to Xiao, I'm going out for a bit. If somebody comes here and asks for me, just tell them that I went somewhere. If they ask where, tell them you don't know since I disappeared into thin air. Okay. Xiao nodded. You'll need to use your mask for a bit. Do you have anything else to cover your face? Yuan asked. I do. Xiao proceeded to take out another mask from her spatial ring before handing back the black jade mask to Yuan. A divine grade treasure? Yuan raised his eyebrows after sensing the aura coming from her mask. Xiao calmly nodded in acknowledgement as she nonchalantly wore the mask. Just how many treasures do you have? Yuan chuckled. A short moment later, Yuan silently left the mansion and made his way to the Enchanted Bamboo Forest. When he arrived at the Enchanted Bamboo Forest, Yuan started to wander the place casually as he waited for people to show up. After waiting for around 15 minutes, Yuan sensed an approaching presence and made his way to this person. That mask, could it really be player Yuan? This person exclaimed when he saw Yuan and his renowned black mask appearing out of thin air. Who are you? Yuan pretended to encounter him by chance and asked, Are you player Yuan? The player asked. I am. Yuan calmly nodded. I am Mui. I rushed here when I heard that you were here. I'd like to request a match with you. Please, the player said. C1312 Poison. Chapter 1312 Poison, 1312 Poison. You want to spar with me? Why? Yuan asked the player out of curiosity. My reason? I want to see how powerful you are, to confirm whether you are as strong as they say. Mui said. I see. Yuan inspected Mui. He was only a spirit master, and it looked like Head made the breakthrough very recently. An opponent of this level was akin to an ant before Yuan. In fact, he could erase Mui without lifting a finger. However, Yuan sensed several more presences appearing not far away and wanted to use this opportunity to spread his own presence even more. I don't mind a spar, but the difference in our cultivation is very vast. Even if I limit myself and don't use any spiritual energy, I might kill you by accident. Are you okay with that? Yuan asked Mui. I don't mind, Mui said with a nervous smile on his face. Yuan couldn't fathom why Mui was willing to risk his own cultivation to confirm his strength. Of course, Yuan had no intention of killing Mui for real. Shall we get this start then? Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord and casually stood there. That sword. He's really player Yuan. Mui finally confirmed Yuan's identity after seeing his sword. Since anyone could get their hands on a black jade mask, Mui wasn't exactly sure if the person before him was player Yuan. However, his large sword was something unique and had been recalled many times by those who were struck by it during the Mystic Realm. While there was still a small chance that the person before him could be an impersonator, Mui did not believe that was the case, as he could feel the immense difference between their strength even without having the capability to see Yuan's true cultivation, and his instincts were screaming for him to leave. Mui retrieved his own weapon a moment later, wielding two short swords, one in each hand. It was at this moment the other presences that Yuan had sensed early showed up. Wow, the rumors are true. Player Yuan is in the enchanted bamboo forest. Who's the one pointing his swords at player Yuan? Isn't that player Mui the player challenger? I heard some time ago that a player wielding two swords was going around challenging players, fighting stronger opponents as he went. Apparently, he's never lost a fight. He even defeated someone in the top 1,000. But to go for player Yuan, isn't he just begging for defeat at this point? Mui ignored the spectators and acted as though they didn't even exist. Don't go easy on me, Mui suddenly said. If I don't hold back, this will be over before you can even blink. Yuan shook his head. Despite such arrogant words, Mui did not take offense to it. I don't care. Just don't go easy on me. Mui suddenly took an offensive stance. Yuan smiled and said, At least show me that you aren't a waste of my time. Mui released a low roar before rushing at Yuan with both arms in motion. Twin Serpent's bloodthirst. Mui's swords became coated with a green aura after he activated his skill, his body overflowing with spiritual energy. Once he was close enough, Mui activated another skill, Twin Serpent's Dance. Mui's arms flickered wildly as he swung his swords in a seemingly random manner. Yuan did not move a single step and blocked all of the incoming strikes without using any spiritual energy. However, Mui did not stop his relentless attack even after they were blocked. That's right. Keep blocking my attacks. Mui smiled inwardly. The green aura covering his swords wasn't just for show and was actively releasing poison. This poison was odorless and invisible to the eyes, and while it may lack strength at first, if enough was consumed, it could take out even a spirit lord. You're just like everyone else, player Yuan. Underestimating me will be your downfall. Just a little more, and I will be known as the first player to defeat you. Mui could already envision his victory. Look at how vicious and fast he is. How is player Yuan even blocking these attacks? The spectators were left speechless by Mui's performance. Why isn't he fighting back and only defending? Is he so overwhelmed by player Mui's relentless attacks that he cannot do so? Are you stupid? Look at player Yuan's fluid and minimal movement. He's effortlessly blocking those attacks. This is probably nothing more than child's play for him, said someone with more combat experience. A few minutes later, Mui's eyes flickered with a vicious light. It's over for you, player Yuan. Twin Serpent's outburst. After uttering such words, Yuan suddenly stopped moving. The Twin Serpent's invisible poison was destroying Yuan from the inside at a rapid rate. But it wasn't enough to keep up with his absolute regeneration, and it took less than 2 seconds for Yuan to suppress the poison. Mui, who wasn't aware that Yuan had already neutralized his poison, laughed out loud. My Twin Serpent's invisible poison can kill even a spirit lord within 2 minutes, and I waited 5 whole minutes just for you, player Yuan. You're probably in so much pain that you can't speak or move right now. Don't worry, it will only last for a moment, because you will die soon. Poison, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. Though inherently resilient against physical harm, Yuan remained susceptible to assaults that targeted his internal body, such as poison. Fortunately for him, Mui's poison wasn't too strong, or he would have sustained much more damage. I should increase my poison resistance a little more in the future, just in case I encounter someone with even stronger poison. Yuan didn't expect to gain insight in such an insignificant spar with another player, and he silently thanked Mui for it. Poison, huh? I didn't expect that. Yuan said a moment later, shocking Mui. What? How are you still standing? Mui exclaimed with a look of disbelief on his face. C1313 Player Yuan has appeared. Chapter 1313 Player Yuan has appeared. 1313 Player Yuan has appeared. How are you still standing? That poison is powerful enough to kill even a spirit lord with ease. You should be on the ground, writhing in pain now. Mui was in disbelief, as this was the first time someone affected by his poison hadn't fallen. Did my poison not affect him? No, that's not possible. I also waited for 5 whole minutes before I activated it. There's no way it could be too weak, either. If I was only a spirit lord, your poison might have worked on me. Unfortunately for you, I am not a spirit lord. Yuan calmly said. What? You don't tell me. You're a spirit king. Mui exclaimed in a shocked voice. The spectators could also be heard gasping in shock after learning of this revelation. If I was only an ordinary spirit king, the poison still would have done immense damage. Yuan thought to himself. It was only because of his regeneration skill that kept him unharmed from the poison. In no way. How did you manage to reach Spirit King so fast? Even the top players are only at Spirit Grandmaster, with the peak players barely entering Spirit Lord. Mui asked in a nervous voice. Yuan shrugged. I'm not sure. It just happened. If only Mui knew that Yuan was a peak Spirit King who couldn't progress further because of his unique physique. Anyways, is that all you've got to show me? Yuan then asked. He paused for a moment before continuing with narrowed eyes. If so, I will end our little spar. Mui felt chills throughout his entire being after feeling Yuan's gaze. And not yet. Mui roared as he clenched his fists and rushed forward. Fuck! 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 If I cannot defeat him with my trump card, what chances do I have left? There's no way I can beat him without my poison. Mui cried inwardly as he relentlessly swung his swords at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan sighed. I guess you have nothing else to show me. Wait, Mui exclaimed. I'll give you a minute. Yuan calmly said. Mui scrambled his brains, but in the end, he had nothing else to show. Since you helped me gain some insight, I will help you as well. Yuan suddenly said. Excuse me? Mui raised his eyebrows. You wanted to confirm the rumors of my strength, correct? What are these rumors? Yuan asked. That you have the strength to destroy a mountain with a single swing? Mui recalled one of the comments had read online. Destroy a mountain with a single swing. Huh? Yuan looked around and could see several mountains in the distance. He chuckled and said, As much as I want to show you that I could destroy a mountain, I cannot destroy nature for such a pointless reason. Instead, they'll show you something else. Yuan suddenly released his cultivation, causing it to burst out of his body. What the hell do you plan on doing? Mui fell on his buttocks from shock and subconsciously began crawling backward. Yuan clenched the Empyrean overlord and stood there with an overbearing posture. Please, spare me. Mui cried out loud with tears flowing down his face. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan swung his sword, but it wasn't at Mui. The following moment, a massive beam of spiritual energy shot toward the cloudy sky, blowing all of the clouds away and creating a clear sky for as far as one could see with their eyes. The spiritual energy from the technique was so immense that some of the spectators fainted for a brief moment. What do you think? That should have been enough to destroy a mountain. Yuan looked at Mui with a smile afterward. Mui could only absently nod his head. Omicron him forget about a mere mountain. He could wipe out a dozen mountains or multiple cities with that much power. Mui cried inwardly. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family's mansion where all of the exiles are gathered, the exiles are alerted by the immense spiritual energy they have just sensed. Ceasing their activities, they redirected their attention to the windows, observing the abrupt transformation of the previously cloudy sky into a clear expanse. What in heaven's name was that just now? Who released that spiritual energy? Are they trying to destroy a city or something? The exiles were interested in the person who released the spiritual energy, but it wasn't enough to make them tremble in fear or anything like that. At the same time, the 10 great families received confirmation of Yuan's presence in the enchanted bamboo forest. The rumors were true. I witnessed player Yuan there with my own eyes. He even fought with another player. Was there a little girl beside him? Xiao asked. A little girl? No, I don't think so. He was alone. Che. Xiao sucked his teeth in an annoyed manner. If we don't take care of that little girl with him, the source of his powers, it won't matter how many times we kill player Yuan. Xiao thought to himself. No, she shouldn't be that far away. As an exile, she has a duty to protect her partner. If we push player Yuan into a corner, she will definitely show up to save him. A wide smile appeared on Xionglu's face. This is perfect. We'll take player Yuan hostage and mess with him until she arrives. Listen to me carefully. I want you and everyone there to stall Yuan until we get there. I don't care what you have to do. Don't let him leave. Xionglu demanded through the phone before closing the connection and calling the others. Player Yuan has appeared at Enchanted Bamboo Forest. We will make our move immediately. Gather the forces. Today will be player Yuan's last day at the top. Shortly after the phone call, the 10 great families summoned every single exile and their partners. We have confirmed the Azura clan's exiles location. We need to move out immediately. Gather outside the mansion. Fiery Queen shouted loud enough for everyone in the mansion to hear. C1314, why don't you work with me instead? Chapter 1314, why don't you work with me instead? 1314, why don't you work with me instead? Should I go outside or wait for Brother Yuan's return? Xiao asked Yuan through divine sense. Go with him. We'll meet up in a bit. Yuan quickly responded. Xiao acknowledged. Shortly after being summoned, all of the exiles and their partners gathered right outside the manor. As players from the 10 great families stood before a little over 200 individuals, Xionglu spoke in a loud voice. Fortunately for us, our target wandered into our crosshair and was spotted at Enchanted Bamboo Forest just a few minutes ago. I've already sent some people to delay the Azura clan's exile for as long as possible, so we need to move immediately. Delaying someone from the Azura clan? Those people are probably long dead. One of the exiles there sneered out loud. I am aware of our opponent's strength, and I did not send mere 10 or 100 people. I called over 1,000 people to delay her. Even 10,000 ordinary people would not be enough. Another exile shouted. That's why we need to stop chatting here and move already. Xionglu exclaimed. Let's go. And without saying anything else, they began marching towards the enchanted bamboo forest. Fiery Queen subconsciously glanced at Xiao, who had an overwhelming presence and stood out even though she was at the very end of the formation. Where's her partner? Fiery Queen raised an eyebrow when she could not see Xiao anywhere in the crowd. Is he not here? This is perfect. A mysterious smile appeared on Fiery Queen's face as she approached Xiao. Where's your partner? Fiery Queen asked Xiao a moment later. I don't know. He disappeared into thin air and hasn't returned since. Xiao nonchalantly responded. So he logged off? I thought we told the recruiters to call everyone on the roster to make sure they are not offline. Fiery Queen thought to herself. Oh well, this works perfectly for me. Correct me if I am wrong, but your name is Tianhua. Fiery Queen recalled the fake name Yuan had given them. Xiao calmly nodded, acknowledging it. What do you think of your partner, Xiao? Fiery Queen then asked. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao said, he's weak and lacking in talent. Fiery Queen's eyes flickered with excitement after hearing such an answer, and she quickly said, in that case, why don't you work with me instead? I can assure you that I am both stronger and more talented than your current partner. After all, without the help of an exile, I have managed to achieve Spirit Grandmaster by myself. If I have a powerful exile like you by my side, I will definitely be able to help you achieve your goals. Of course, She had spent an unimaginable amount of her family's fortune to purchase gold and treasures from other players to reach such a point. How annoying, Xiao sighed inwardly. However, Xiao decided to play along for a bit. And how will you be able to help me achieve my goals? For starters, my family is very rich, so money is of no issue. If you help me grow stronger, I will use that strength to help you. At the very least, I will be much more useful than your current partner. Let me think about it, Xiao said with a desire to end their conversation there. What the fuck is there to think about? I am clearly better than that ordinary-looking bastard. If someone like him can reach peak Spirit Grandmaster with her help, I will definitely reach Spirit King before anyone else. Fiery Queen cursed inwardly. Of course. Take as much time as you need. Fiery Queen said to Xiao with a calm smile. While the 10 great families had managed to find a few partnerless exiles with the help of their current exiles, she was not lucky enough to be chosen. Fiery Queen didn't plan on taking an exile from another player at first, but when she saw the opportunity to do so, her nature made her act upon her greed. Meanwhile, at Enchanted Bamboo Forest, Yuan was surrounded by players. Player Yuan, can I get a handshake? Player Yuan, please sign my weapon. Player Yuan, let's party up for a bit. Yuan could tell that some of the players there were genuine fans, but most of the people there had ulterior motives. Are they stalling me? Yuan smiled inwardly at their pointless attempts. After all, he did not plan on running away. Since it will take them some time to arrive, I might as well entertain myself. Yuan accepted one of the genuine fans' requests to sign their weapon. After acquiring their weapon, he asked, "How would you like me to sign it? I will leave that to you. I would appreciate it if your signature could last for a long time." The young fan did not expect for Yuan to respond and was ecstatic when he accepted her sword. A long time, huh? Yuan pondered for a moment before retrieving his Empyrean overlord. Are you okay with me scratching your weapon? He asked. I don't mind. What's your name? Yuan. The following moment, Yuan tossed the fan's sword into the air, and without hesitation, he swung at the sword, engraving the words to Yuan on one side of the sword's blade. Here you go. Yuan returned the sword to the baffled fan. The fan looked at the perfectly written words with wide eyes. How did he write such clean words with a sword? Thank you very much. The fan eventually snapped out of her daze and bowed to him. After a brief moment of silence, the other fans retrieved their weapons and began pleading for a signature as well. Player Yuan, please sign my weapon too. Mine too. Yuan proceeded to sign more weapons, only accepting the weapons from his genuine fans, leaving the others wondering why they were being ignored despite being closer to him. C1315 Our target was Player Yuan. Chapter 1315 Our target was Player Yuan. 1315 Our target was Player Yuan. As Yuan lingered in the enchanted bamboo forest and news of his presence spread online, more and more players traveled there to meet him. However, upon their arrival, they were surprised to find hundreds of players blocking their path, almost like a group of bodyguards during a concert. Hey, who the hell are you guys? Get out of our way. We're here to meet Player Yuan. One of the players there angrily shouted. You don't need to know our identity. The only thing you need to know is that you aren't allowed past this point. You can try if you'd like, but you'll die. One of the players blocking the path said. The 10 great families did not want any interruptions while they hunted Player Yuan, hence the blockade. Furthermore, it was to prevent Player Yuan from escaping. Sometime later, Yuan suddenly stopped his interaction with his fans when he sensed a chilling aura appear in the distance. This aura did not come from a single individual. It was created by a group of ominous beings. They're finally here, huh? Yuan looked at his fans, and not wanting to involve them in his battle, he said to them, Sorry, but I have to end things here and continue my quest. Already. Please stay with us a little longer. You haven't signed my weapon yet. Yuan then said, I will do this again at a later date and a proper location. I have already memorized all of your faces here, so if I see you at the next location, I will give you priority. And without saying another word, Yuan left the crowd. However, while some players decided to let him go, most of the players there actually followed Yuan. Of course, Yuan had expected this. After all, You're all just fake fans trying to stall me. Yuan couldn't care less if these players were caught up in his battle with the Exiles, as they were already involved in the first place. Please wait, Player Yuan. There's still something I must tell you. Where do you think you're going, Player Yuan? I will not let you leave until you fight me. These players tried every tactic available to stall him, as they had misunderstood his current action as running away, and they were all tasked with stalling him until the main forces arrived. If you can catch me, they'll listen to what you have to say, Yuan said to the players before speeding up a little. Unsurprisingly, most of the players there were left in the dust by his speed. Only those with superior cultivation managed to keep up, but even then, they were barely keeping up with Yuan. Oh, not bad. How about this? Yuan sped up even more. What? How the hell is he moving so fast? I have a heaven-rank movement technique, and I cannot keep up. As the players desperately tried to keep up with Yuan, he continued to increase his speed every few minutes. However, Yuan made sure to remain in these players' sight, as he did not want the 10 great families to think that he had left. Once he was close enough to the Exiles, Yuan decided to leave the players behind, disappearing from their sight like a ghost. What the hell? Where did he go? He couldn't have gone far. Spread out and look for him. We cannot lose track of him when the main forces are so close. We'll be executed if he gets away. These players desperately began searching for Yuan, unaware that he had already arrived before the main forces. Yuan stopped moving when he came across the 10 great families and the Exiles. Xionglu almost couldn't believe his eyes when Yuan appeared before them like a ghost. It's really him. It's Player Yuan. But why the hell is he here? What happened to the guys watching over him? The others didn't immediately realize Yuan had appeared before them. But when they saw Xionglu's surprised face, they began realizing their situation. Why you? Player Yuan? Fiery Queen subconsciously muttered. Yuan looked at her and said, if you're asking for a signature, I'm no longer giving out signatures today. All of the players there realized they were standing before Player Yuan after he acknowledged it. Wow, is it really Player Yuan? What's he doing here? This is my first time seeing him in person. How lucky. Besides the players from the 10 great families, everyone there did not know they were going to be hunting Yuan in just a moment. What a coincidence, Player Yuan. I've been looking for you. You have no idea how much I have wanted to see you since our last encounter. Xionglu suddenly said. Yuan looked at him and asked, have we met before? I don't recall meeting you before, though. I'm not surprised, since it was only briefly. By the way, where's that little girl who was with you before? She left to do something for me. Why are you looking for her? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Because, hey, why the hell did we stop? The Azura clan's exile will get away at this point. One of the exiles suddenly roared out loud. How dare you stop and chat while in the middle of something so important? Do you want to die? Another shouted. Xionglu turned to look at the group behind him and calmly said, we stopped because we have arrived at our destination, at our target. What the fuck are you talking about? Besides us, I don't sense the presence of an exile nearby. Xionglu pointed at Yuan and continued. That's because she isn't here right now. However, her partner is right here. If we capture him, she will definitely come to save him. What? Our target was Player Yuan. You didn't tell me about this. One of the players there exclaimed in shock. I also wasn't told about this. What is the meaning of this? Did you lie to us? The players began shouting with clear disbelief on their faces. C1316 Confronting the Exiles. Chapter 1316 Confronting the Exiles. 1316 Confronting the Exiles. What is the meaning of this? I thought we were after an exile. Nobody said anything about hunting a player. Player Yuan, much less. The players were outraged when they realized that they had been tricked by the 10 great families to go after Player Yuan, who was an idol to many of them. Shut up. Xionglu roared, quickly silencing the scene. We are after the exile. However, we recently learned that she had formed a partnership with Player Yuan. Unfortunately, we weren't able to reveal this information in time. If I have to fight Player Yuan, I'd rather quit this group. Someone suddenly said. Right. I'm leaving. Another exclaimed. More and more of the players started threatening to leave the group. Xiao Lu's body trembled in anger, and he shouted a moment later, "You can leave if you want. However, don't forget about the contract that you signed. Not to mention the money that we have already sent you. You are obligated to fulfill your duties. If you decide to leave without fulfilling your duties, the 10 great families will become your enemy. I will ensure of that." The players trembled in fear after hearing Xiao Lu's words, their faces filled with despair. While player Yuan may be the strongest player in, the 10 great families have real influence in the real world, and their influence isn't small. In fact, the 10 great families are so immensely wealthy and influential to the point where even the government could not touch them without risking a serious backlash in the economy, amongst other things. If ordinary players were to make an enemy out of such titans, their lives would be ruined, not to mention their friends and families. Player Yuan or not, I will fulfill my duties. The players changed their minds in the blink of an eye after hearing Xiao Lu's threat. The 10 great families' power was on full display at the moment. Seeing this, Yuan could only shake his head in silence. He felt bad for the players. They were tricked by the 10 great families and forced to fight. "Don't worry, I don't blame you guys," Yuan said a moment later. When the players heard Yuan's words, they felt less guilty about their actions. Meanwhile, the exiles were running out of patience. "I don't know what you lots are chatting about, but I have no reason to raise my hand against a mere child. I only agreed to work with you because of the Azura clan's exile, yet I don't see her anywhere. What is the meaning of this? If you don't give us a satisfying answer, I will kill you, regardless of your background." Unlike the players, the exiles had no reason to listen to Xiao Lu, and with the 10 great families' influence limited to Earth, there was simply no way to threaten the exiles. Even if their partners begged them, most exiles only work when it benefits them. Furthermore, these exiles could easily replace their current partners with other players at any time, as there is an abundance of players without an exile out there. There's no way this brat could be the Azura clan's exile's partner. The Azura clan would never work together with a weakling. Another exile said. Xiao Lu knew that it would be difficult to control the exiles, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. In the end, he decided to tell them the truth. "I'm not lying to you. I have no reason to. He's definitely the Azura clan's exile's partner. After all, I watched them kill my partner," Xiao Lu said, revealing that Head lost his exile to Yuan. "What? Your exile was slain?" Fiery Queen and the others from the 10 great families were greatly surprised to hear this for the first time. However, the exiles did not immediately believe him. "Your exile was slain by them? What was his name?" one of the exiles asked. Xiao Lu gritted his teeth and uttered, "His name was Jiahui, also known as the Harbinger of Agony." The exile's eyes widened with shock after hearing this familiar name. Harbinger of Agony. The Harbinger of Agony is dead. Jiahui was quite renowned even within the primordial realm, and he was a divine-grade servant just like Xiao, so he was in his own league when compared to the gathered exiles. To further prove his claims, Xiao Lu retrieved some of the items that Jiahui had given him. Those treasures, they definitely belonged to the Harbinger of Agony. Unbelievable to think the Harbinger of Agony would perish in such a place. Suddenly, one of the exiles there approached Yuan, appearing before him like a ghost. "Omicron M, is it true that you killed the Harbinger of Agony?" the exile asked. Yuan calmly stared at the towering figure before him. This exile was impressively tall and almost 3 heads taller than him. However, he was quite scrawny with his bones visible. Yuan smiled and responded to the question. "No, I didn't kill him. It was my exile who killed him. You guys mentioned the Azura clan, right? My exile also mentioned coming from such a place before." The exile standing before Yuan suddenly erupted with immense killing intent, enough to completely cover their area. "Where's she? I will spare your life if you bring us to her," the exile said, expecting Yuan to cower in fear from his killing intent, just like the nearby players who were trembling violently. However, to his surprise, Yuan remained composed. I guess you need to have some backbone to be Azura clan's Exiles partner. The Exile smirked, and he continued, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Oh, and what are you going to do? Yuan asked in a calm voice. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to force you to tell me her location, even if I have to rip apart some limbs. Is that so? I'd like to see you try. A cold smile appeared on Yuan's face. The following second, Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord, and with movements that none of the exiles could grasp, he dismembered the arms of the exile standing before him. The exile didn't even realize his arms had been severed, and only sensed a cold sensation brush past his shoulders, and the moment the exile tried to move his arms, they fell off his body and fell on the ground, leaving him stunned and speechless. Wah! A look of despair and fear appeared on the exile's face when he realized the situation. Too late, Yuan muttered in a cold voice. With another swing, the exile's head was sent flying into the air, landing only a few steps away from Xiao and the others. That's one down. The others could hear Yuan mumbling such words afterward. Complete silence filled the scene as everyone there tried to comprehend what had just occurred. Yuan spread his arms wide apart and broke that silence by speaking in a beckoning manner. What are you all waiting for? You won't force me to do anything if you just stand there. Xiao pointed at Yuan while trembling and shouted in a nervous tone, Gee, get him! The next moment, several exiles left the formation and attacked Yuan at the same time. C1317, There's Not Enough of You. Chapter 1317, There's Not Enough of You. 1317, There's Not Enough of You. In the blink of an eye, Yuan found himself surrounded by 4 exiles, all of them exuding immense killing intent. Abyssal quicksand. One of them pointed at Yuan's feet, causing the ground beneath him to sink like a quicksand, binding his movements. Heart piercer. Another exile from behind shoved his sword towards Yuan's heart. However, as if that wasn't enough, the 2 exiles at each of his sides were swinging their weapons directly at his neck. Are they going to kill him already? I wanted to capture and torture him. Xiao cried inwardly as he watched the scene. Meanwhile, Yuan did not even bother trying to defend himself and stood still in a nonchalant manner. What? The exile behind Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice when he realized that his sword could not pierce Yuan's skin, almost as if there was invisible armor protecting his body. Your head is mine. A split second later, the exiles by his side reached his neck with their weapons, but just like the first attack, their weapons were stopped and could not penetrate Yuan's skin, much less take his head. What in heaven's name? Everyone there muttered in a dazed voice, as they were unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Did the exiles stop their attack right before they could kill Yuan, or did something stop them? None of the spectators could tell for sure. You should put a little more arm strength into your strikes if you want to kill me, Yuan suddenly said in a calm voice. The exiles around him suddenly sensed danger and immediately distanced themselves from him, their backs soaked in cold sweat afterward. Oh, Yuan mumbled in a slightly surprised tone. If the exiles hadn't moved just now, he would have killed them. Don't kill him, Xiao suddenly exclaimed. If we don't capture him alive, we won't be able to bring out his exile. I don't think we can kill him even if we tried. One of the exiles thought inwardly. He could tell from their failed attack just now that Yuan was a formidable opponent. If you want to capture me, you should have brought more people, a few thousand more exiles. Yuan smiled. You arrogant little bastard. Xiao gritted his teeth. He turned to look at the exiles behind him and roared. What are the rest of you waiting for? Get him. Huh? Who the hell are you to command us? And are you really telling everyone here to gang up on a mere child? Laughable. If he's just a mere child, then you should have no problem capturing him alone. Xiao sneered back, and he continued, I think you're scared of him, hence why you're staying back. You dare mock me? He's right. Yuan suddenly interjected. I think you're all scared. Don't be afraid and come at me at once. He'll even go easy on you. Hearing his provocation, several more exiles stepped outside the formation and approached him. There were a dozen exiles that surrounded Yuan now, yet he did not seem to be bothered by their presence in the slightest. In response, Yuan actually stored his Empyrean overlord and brought out his starry abyss. "It's been a while since I used you. Let's have some fun, shall we?" Yuan mumbled while looking at the beautiful dagger in his grasp. "He has two soul weapons." The exiles were quite startled to see Yuan pull out another soul weapon. Meanwhile, the players didn't know that Yuan could also wield a dagger, as they had only seen him with the Empyrean overlord. Is this what he means by going easy? They all wondered. Omicron him the next moment. Yuan made the first move and started attacking the closest exile to him. And before they could react, he executed one of them with a simple strike at the neck. The spectators were stunned. Yuan's movements were so swift that the players couldn't keep up, and the exiles were barely able to follow them. "Stop using your eyes. Use your divine sense to follow him," one of the exiles suddenly shouted. Even though it seemed obvious, the exiles were simply too stunned by Yuan's overwhelming prowess to think. However, even though they could follow Yuan's movements with their divine sense, their bodies were having difficulties responding to his speed. One by one, Yuan slew the exiles as though they were mere mortals. When the spectating exiles realized the gravity of their situation, they could no longer stand still. More and more exiles began leaving the formation to fight Yuan. 10, 20, 30. Yuan had to face 30 opponents by himself. He was constantly bombarded with powerful techniques and even spiritual attacks that tried to mess with his soul. Unfortunately for the exiles, Yuan's soul strength was beyond their comprehension and was not affected by these spiritual attacks in the slightest. As for the martial techniques, they were not strong enough to break through Yuan's defenses, and even if some managed to injure him a little, his wounds would immediately be restored within the blink of an eye. Of course, Yuan wasn't just sitting there and letting them attack him for free. Whenever he noticed a gap in their defenses, he would take the chance and slay an exile without fail. This fucking monster! Is he even human? It feels like I'm fighting with a demon instead. One of the exiles cursed out loud. The players witnessing their fight were just as stunned, if not even more shocked. "Xiong, I thought you said that only player Yuan's exile was powerful. If that's the case, how is he fighting so many exiles at once and still winning?" Someone from the 10 great families looked to him for answers. Xiong, who was dazed with his eyes wide open, muttered, He began doubting himself and their whole operation. "Ha ha ha." Yuan suddenly started laughing. "This is quite fun, but there's not enough of you. All of you come at me at once. Entertain me some more." That crazy bastard. In the end, more and more exiles left the formation to join the fight. Soon, over 70 exiles were attacking Yuan at once, and rather than fighting a human, it felt like they were subjugating a dangerous monster instead. C1318 Crimson Empress. Chapter 1318 Crimson Empress. 1318 Crimson Empress. Why aren't my spiritual techniques working on him? It's as though they're passing right through him. One of the exiles cried in frustration. Fuck, what is his body made of? Not even my divine-grade treasure can pierce his skin. Another cursed out loud. The Azura clan's exile must have drowned him in treasures. There's no way a mere spirit king could fight so many of us at once. Keep attacking him. There must be a limit to his tricks. He will eventually run out of spiritual energy. 2. Yuan's battle with the exiles was so massive that it caused havoc within the enchanted bamboo forest, alerting nearby experts. With every release of a potent technique by an exile, the entire forest quivered. Furthermore, with so many powerful cultivators gathered in one area, the pressure within the forest was intense and unbearable for the players there, forcing them to evacuate the enchanted bamboo forest as they were losing health just by being in the vicinity. Half an hour into their fight, Yuan slew over 30 exile, and there were only 4 exiles who have yet to join the fight, Xiao being one of them. Fiery Queen, seeing this, approached her and said, "Are you not going to join the fight? Well, lose more exiles at this rate. Please, we need your help." Xiao glanced at her with a cold gaze, sending shivers down her back. "Brother Yuan, what should I do?" She decided to ask him. Yuan smiled and said, Do whatever you want. After receiving his response, Xiao looked at the exile, standing not too far away from her, the one who partnered with Dazzling Sword. Then, without any hesitation, she approached him. Dazzling Sword suddenly sensed a presence behind him and turned around. What? To his absolute surprise, Xiao was standing behind his exile with her arm extended and fingers grasping onto his exile's neck. What the fuck do you think you are doing to my exile? Dazzling Sword exclaimed, catching the other's attention. Huang, what are you doing? Your enemy is over there. Fiery Queen couldn't believe her eyes. Xiao ignored Fiery Queen and the other players. Shortly after grasping onto the exile's neck, she tossed him outside the formation. Senior, what are you doing? The butcherer asked her with a puzzled look on his face. I don't like you, and your face is annoying, so I'm going to kill you. Xiao said as she retrieved two large swords, wielding one in each hand. If you think I'm just going to sit back and let you kill me, you're gravely mistaken. The butcherer grabbed the two axes strapped to his back and wielded one in each hand like Xiao. The following moment, Xiao kicked her feet and flew at the butcher, who confronted her with sweaty palms. Despite his words just now, he knew that he had no chance of winning against her after learning of her killing intent not long ago. However, he wasn't expecting to fight her by himself either. Sure enough, the two exiles who had refrained from engaging Yuan due to their lack of confidence quickly opted to assist the butcherer upon witnessing Xiao's betrayal. The butcherer and the other two exiles surrounded Xiao with a triangular formation. Xiao was not confident that she could fight 3 exiles at once, but when she remembered that Yuan was fighting over 70 of them at once, she gritted her teeth and tossed away all of her useless thoughts. If I'm going to follow Brother Yuan, I will need to get stronger, much stronger than I am currently. A resolute expression appeared on Xiao's face. Heavenly domain, full power. A vicious light flickered within Xiao's gaze right before tyrannical pressure enveloped the 3 exiles surrounding her. What is this? Xiao took advantage of the exile's stunned state and swung her large swords at the exile standing closest to her, executing him in a single strike. Heaven's sealing technique. Without any pauses after the kill, she immediately sealed the cultivation of the next closest exile before swinging her sword at him. And my cultivation is sealed. The exile didn't realize that his cultivation had been sealed until it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Xiao slew 2 of the 3 exiles, leaving the last one, the butcherer, completely speechless. Xiong Lu, who couldn't be bothered by the commotion behind him, finally decided to take a peek, and his eyes widened when he saw the swords in Xiao's grasp. Her. That's her. She's player Yuan's exile. Xiong Lu exclaimed in a terrified voice after recognizing her swords. What? The players turned to look at Xiao with wide eyes. Even the exiles fighting Yuan stopped moving and risked their lives to look. You told us she was a little girl? Which part of her is little? One of the exiles suddenly cursed out loud. I'm sure it's her. She used the same weapons when she fought my exile. I cannot explain her change in appearance, but I am certain that it's her who killed Jiao Wei. Xiong Lu said. Did she consume an appearance-altering pill to fool us? One of the exiles deducted correctly. Appearance-altering pill? 10. Fiery Queen turned to look at Yuan with a horrified look on her face. Yuan smiled and said out loud, I guess there's no point in hiding now, Xiao. He removed his mask, revealing his appearance as Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, you bastard. How dare you trick us? Fiery Queen's face flushed with redness after realizing that they had been completely played by Yuan. Xiao also removed her mask, revealing her sister's beautiful appearance. When the exiles saw Xiao's face, their faces immediately paled. See Crimson Empress? Not one exile there did not recognize Xiao's sister's face. After realizing the identity of their target, the exiles suddenly lost all motivation to continue, with some even dropping their weapons in despair. C1319 Outside. Chapter 1319 Outside, 1319 Outside, all it took was a mere glance at Xiao Hua's face for the Exiles to lose their will to continue fighting. See Crimson Empress? We were after the Crimson Empress this entire time. When the Exiles came to this realization, their faces twisted with fear and despair. What's going on? Why did they stop the moment they saw her face? Fiery Queen and the other players wondered inwardly as they tried to comprehend the situation. Unlike the Exiles, the players were oblivious of the Azura clan's true influence and power, much less about this Crimson Empress. Crimson Empress, we didn't know you were here. Please spare me. One of the Exile suddenly got onto his knees and kowtowed while begging for his life. I was tricked into doing this. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have came here. Another Exile dropped his weapon and surrounded his hands toward the sky. They're this terrified of her. Just what kind of person is her sister? Yuan wondered inwardly, finding the Exile's reaction to be quite entertaining. Abruptly, several Exiles in the vicinity pivoted and started sprinting away, displaying a sense of urgency as if their very lives hinged on making a swift escape, devoid of any hesitation. Where do you think you are going? Yuan swiftly reacted to their escape and acid-vated 10,000 ghost blades, creating hundreds of starry abyss to chase after the Exiles. None of the Exiles managed to run away successfully and perished out of sight shortly after they ran. When the other Exiles saw this, they tossed away any thought of running away. However, most of them never even intended to run away in the first place, as they weren't foolish enough to turn their backs on the Crimson Empress. Crimson Empress, please have mercy. We will accept any punishment you give us. This was the best way for these Exiles to save their lives, by giving it up on their own and hoping the Crimson Empress would spare them. However, it wouldn't be out of pity or generosity. In the Crimson Empress' eyes, they were as insignificant as ants, and unless one was a psychopath, they wouldn't go out of their way to step on every ant they saw. Xiao Hua wasn't sure what to do in this situation. She didn't expect to cause such a commotion by using her sister's appearance. Suddenly, just as Xiao Hua opened her mouth, her figure began shrinking. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua returned to her original appearance. This was witnessed by everyone there. Naturally, it was due to the appearance-altering pill running out of effect. Yuan also reverted to his original appearance. Following a prolonged moment of silence, the Exiles, initially trembling in fear, transitioned to trembling with rage upon understanding the situation. Why, you little bitch? Who the fuck are you? How dare you mess with us by using the Crimson Empress appearance? The Exiles rose to their feet, gripping their weapons with renewed determination. Their eyes gleamed with a potent killing intent, fueled by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Even if it's the last thing I do in this life, I will make you pay for humiliating me. How dare you play with me? You little bitch. I'll skin you alive. The Exiles roared as they ran toward Xiao Hua, completely ignoring Yuan. Xiao Hua was startled when all of the Exiles started running at her and contemplated releasing her seal again. A calm sigh that none of them heard suddenly resounded, followed by an immense pressure that appeared out of thin air. Heavenly Domain. Yuan activated Heavenly Domain, abruptly freezing the movements of the Exiles in their tracks. Turning your backs to your opponent in the middle of the fight. You guys are either really confident or dumb. Yuan spoke as he replaced the Starry Abyss with the Empyrean Overlord. I guess it's about time I finish this and make my way to the fourth heaven. Dragon Awakening. Yuan's aura surged toward heaven, and his presence began to mirror that of a divine beast. His once pristine black hair and clear eyes transformed into a resplendent gold. This won't take long. Vanishing Ghost's soundless blade. Yuan's sword flickered for an instant. The next moment, half of the Exiles there collapsed to the ground without realizing that they had been killed. A solitary swing of his sword cleaved through over 40 Exiles, rending them in half and causing a river of blood to flow. When the other Exiles saw this, their faces paled, but before their mind could even comprehend their situation, Yuan swung his sword again. Sha! An unyielding and overwhelming sword light flashed, sweeping the rest of the exiles in the blink of an eye. In a span of mere seconds since Yuan's transformation, he had obliterated all the exiles, leaving only the one beside Xiao standing. His overwhelming prowess was on full display, leaving the players in absolute shock and disbelief. Seeing this, Xiao quickly snapped out of her daze and went to finish the butcherer within a minute. Yuan deactivated Dragon, awakening afterward, and approached the players with a nonchalant look on his face as he casually stepped on the corpses in his path, stopping only a few steps away from Xionglu. "Now that all of your exiles are gone, what are you going to do?" Yuan asked. Xionglu didn't know how to react, and subconsciously smiled in a nervous manner. "You fucking monster," he uttered in a trembling voice. "If you have nothing else to say, I'll end this right now." Xionglu gritted his teeth and bellowed. "You might wield power in this world, but don't forget who truly holds authority and influence in the real world. You're just a mere orphan without any substantial support. I can crush you and everyone around you like an ant whenever I please." Yuan smiled at his threat and said, "You can't defeat me in this world, so you're going to fight me outside of Cultivation Online next? Of course, I don't mind, but don't forget." The smile on Yuan's face suddenly disappeared, and his expression turned grim. "You won't die if I kill you in this world, and you will at most lose your ability to cultivate. However, if you decide to fight me on the other side, I can't guarantee that you'll still be alive afterward." Xionglu's expression darkened after hearing his words. C1320 Final Answer. Chapter 1320 Final Answer. 1320 Final Answer. "You dare to threaten me?" Xionglu bellowed in a fit of rage after hearing Yuan's words. Yuan chuckled. "It's just a friendly reminder. You probably feel quite accomplished after dealing with the Zheng family. However, let me make it clear. The Xiong family operates on an entirely different echelon. Not even 10 Zheng families could pose a threat to us," Xionglu asserted with a tone of superiority. "Consider this carefully, Yuan. Or should I call you Tian? Do you genuinely wish to antagonize the 10 great families? By doing so, you won't merely be provoking us, but also all our allies, encompassing the entirety of the legacy ranking. Even if you somehow have the prowess to resist us, how long will you be able to keep that up? The legacy rankings control the world. Can you hide from the world? Can you fight against the world? What about your friends? How will you protect them?" Yuan fell silent as Xionglu rambled on and on about the legacy ranking and their insurmountable power. "You, Tian, if you have any sense, cease this opposition. I'm open to having you work for me. There's no need for us to be adversaries. Join us and assist in conquering this world called together. You will be paid handsomely, and you will receive unimaginable fame and status." Xionglu extended a hand and continued, daring Yuan to defy the proposition. "If you refuse to work for us, then we can only be adversaries, and we will crush you with the full extent of our power." A heavy silence enveloped the entire area as those present held their breath, anticipation hanging in the air as they anxiously awaited Yuan's response. Yuan's reply had the potential to reshape not only the dynamics within, but also on Earth itself. After all, his cultivation techniques and secrets could easily flip the entire world around. Nevertheless, whether Yuan accepted or declined Xionglu's offer, the world would undergo a transformative shift. The future of both and Earth hung in the balance, teetering between peace and destruction, all contingent upon Yuan's decision. After a moment of silence that felt like an eternity, Yuan spoke in a calm voice. "I have minded my own business ever since I first stepped into this world, only striving towards my own goal. So I don't understand how I ended up here, surrounded by mostly people I have never met until recently, even being threatened by them. Even when my exile killed your exile, we weren't the ones who approached you, nor were we the ones who started the fight. Now that I think about it, this whole situation started when you threatened us. Are you sure you want to make the same mistake again? This time, it won't end with just one dead criminal." Yuan stood there with a calm expression on his face. Xiong Lu's entire body trembled upon hearing Yuan's words, and he asked, "Is this your final answer? I will keep my hand in this position for another 3 seconds. No, that wasn't my final answer." Yuan suddenly interrupted. The very next moment, before anyone there could even react, Yuan swung his sword at Xiong Lu, severing his body in half from top to bottom. "This is my final answer." Xiong Lu couldn't even respond to Yuan because he was dead, but there was a shocked expression on his face as his body dissipated into thin air. At that moment, Xiong Lu experienced his first death in Cultivation Online. After killing Xiong Lu, Yuan turned to look at Fiery Queen and the others from the 10 great families. "Tell him this when you guys see him in a bit. I hope you guys will entertain me more than today." Wait. Just as Fiery Queen opened her mouth and tried to speak, a notification appeared before her. The other 7 players from the 10 great families also encountered the same notification simultaneously. Once had dealt with the 10 great families, Yuan shifted his attention to the remaining players standing there, their faces marked with terror as they wondered if they were next to die. After releasing a deep sigh, Yuan spoke, "You can relax. I'm not going to kill you guys since you were basically tricked into hunting me. Unfortunately, I had to kill all of your exiles. Though truth to be told, I would have killed them even if none of this had happened, as I also have an exile of my own, and only one exile can complete the legacy. If you hold any grudges toward me for this, I welcome you to come after me. However, I won't be as forgiving as today, so bear that in mind when you think about pointing your weapon at me." One of the players there suddenly raised his hand and asked in a nervous voice, "Player Yuan, are you really going to fight the 10 great families? The legacy ranking? I'm not going to go out of my way to fight them since I have more important things to do, but if they really want to fight, I won't sit back and be a pushover. While you're probably invincible inside Cultivation Online, the real world is a different story. I cannot imagine how you'll deal with the legacy ranking, as they essentially run the world." Yuan nonchalantly shrugged. "They'll figure out when the time comes, but as I already said, I have more important things to deal with. What is possibly more important than being the enemy of the world?" Another player exclaimed in disbelief. "It's not like I'm really going to fight the entire world, but for starters, how about the end of the world?" Yuan said with a smile. "The end of the world? Were you?" Yuan merely shook his head in silence before turning to look at Xiao Hua. "Xiao Hua, let's leave." Xiao Hua silently nodded and flew to him, avoiding the sea of corpses and blood beneath her. "Oh, I almost forgot." Yuan suddenly made a gesture with his hand, causing all of the spatial rings and storage pouches that belonged to the corpses to fly toward him. After sucking all of the loot inside his own spatial ring like a vacuum, Yuan quickly left the scene. Meanwhile, the players present remained in a state of bewilderment, grappling with uncertainty as they attempted to discern their next course of action. C1321 Exile, Executioner. Chapter 1321 Exile, Executioner. 1321 Exile, Executioner. What should we do now? One of the players there asked out loud sometime after Yuan left them behind in the bloodied scene. "What can we do? All of our exiles are dead because of the 10 great families, but it's not like we can mention this to anyone without facing their wrath. What about our contract with them? Do we have to return the money and treasure since the quest failed miserably? Fuck, what a goddamn mess this is. If you think this is a mess, just wait until they start fighting in the real world. Do you think he'll shed blood? I don't know about player Yuan, but the 10 great families do not tolerate humiliation, and they definitely wouldn't hesitate to kill someone over such things. They're also above the law and backed by the government. So even if they kill someone, it could easily be swept under the rug. If we're talking about an ordinary person, that is, what about player Yuan? The entire world is aware of his presence. There's no way to sweep him under the rug. I will probably sound crazy for saying this, but I don't think even the 10 great families can touch player Yuan without immense backlash. No, I agree with you. If this had happened a year ago, I would have definitely called you crazy. However, is no longer just a game, and just think of how much information and knowledge player Yuan has about. All of that information is priceless and could be used to fight back. Due to the recent changes on Earth, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that has become a second Earth. At least that's how the people on Earth are starting to see it. And as much as Xiong Lu wanted to ignore Yuan's influence most would not agree with him. Eventually, these players logged off and called their recruiter to see what would happen to them. Ultimately, they were informed that they could retain the funds already provided, as it constituted part of the contractual agreement. However, the other half of the reward would not be dispersed, given their failure to fulfill the mission. The players were relieved, but they were not satisfied. After all, their exiles were worth far more than what they were given, and to lose them was an immense loss even for the 10 great families, much less these ordinary players. Sometime later, Yuan stopped walking when notifications suddenly bombarded him. Exile Executioner, description. After executing over 100 exiles, your accomplishment and dedication have been acknowledged. You are now an Exile Executioner. As an Executioner, you will deal 100% increased damage when facing against an exile. Weaker exiles will also flee in your presence. Oh, Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this promotion. However, he quickly became disappointed when he didn't receive anything else for his promotion. What can I even do as a general in the faction? I probably won't find out until I climb much higher. He sighed inwardly. Actually, I have to visit the myriad of techniques before I ascend to the next realm. After deciding to visit the myriad of techniques, he started making his way to the nearest city. Meanwhile, the players of the 10 great families gathered outside cultivation online sometime after they died to Yuan. The atmosphere within the meeting room was thick with a profound silence, and not a soul uttered a single word for minutes after assembling, almost as if they were all too ashamed. After many minutes of silence, someone eventually spoke out. "What am I doing here?" Bai Lianhua asked. Even though she did not expect to be summoned and had no desire to attend, her curiosity about their present predicament proved too compelling to ignore. Upon arriving last and sensing the tense atmosphere, she promptly discerned that their endeavors had ended in failure. "So this is a losers' gathering, huh? But that doesn't explain why I was summoned as well. Are they going to blame me for not assisting them?" Bai Lianhua wondered inwardly as she anxiously waited for a response. However, nobody answered her question. After another minute of silence, Xiong Lu spoke. "Did anyone here lose their ability to cultivate? Since there was a chance for one's cultivation to be crippled after death, he had to know if anyone there experienced such a tragic fate. Losing their ability to cultivate?" Bai Lianhua raised her eyebrows. "That could only happen if you die. Did Yuan slaughter all of them?" Bai Lianhua could barely keep her composure after learning of this news. If she had even slightly worse self-restraint, she would have burst out laughing. In response to Xiong Lu's question, everyone that were slain by Yuan shook their heads. He killed all of them. Bai Lianhua subconsciously grinned at their misfortune. When Fiery Queen saw Bai Lianhua smiling at them, she immediately slammed the table in anger. "What the hell are you smiling about, Bai Lianhua? Do you think this is funny? Huh?" Bai Lianhua didn't even realize she was smiling until it was pointed out and was surprised by Fiery Queen's sudden outburst. But she didn't back down and chuckled. "Of course I find it funny. The 9 of you, the strongest and most powerful players in cultivation online, couldn't take down a single player and even died to him, not to mention the other players you recruited. I have never seen a failure of such epic proportions. This will definitely go down in history. I will make sure of it." "You're going too far, you bitch," Fiery Queen roared. The others also started cursing at her. Bai Lianhua merely shrugged at their insults. C1322 Declared War. Chapter 1322 Declared War. 1322 Declared War. Curse at me all you want. It won't change the fact that you tried to go after Yuan and miserably failed. Bai Lianhua calmly said to the people in the room. "We lost because you refused to help us," Fiery Queen shouted, trying to save some face. However, nobody in the room backed such a statement, as they were aware that even if Bai Lianhua helped them, it wouldn't have made a difference, as that was simply how powerful Yuan was. In their minds, They were kicking themselves for agreeing to help Xiong Lu. Due to their lack of judgment and jealousy, they made a devastating mistake that ruined their faces and any potential relationship with the uncertain powerhouse known as Yuan. Bai Lianhua, on the other hand, could now monopolize any benefit the others could have gained if they hadn't attacked Yuan, and if she joined forces with Yuan, it would make things even more complicated for them. You lost because I didn't assist you? No, you lost because you messed with the wrong individual. I cautioned all of you that he wasn't someone to be taken lightly, yet none bothered to heed my words and willingly marched to your doom alongside Xiong Lu. Bai Lianhua retorted, her tone marked by a mix of frustration and admonishment. Anyways, did you summon me here merely to display your humiliation? If so, I've witnessed enough. Just as Bai Lianhua prepared to leave the meeting, Xiong Lu spoke in a cold voice. We summoned you because player Yuan has declared war against the 10 great families, which includes the Bai family. Bai Lianhua frowned upon hearing this, and she quickly said, Bullshit. He waged war against you. Don't drag my family into your mess. No, Xiong Lu is correct. Player Yuan has declared war against the entire legacy ranking. Henceforth, we will unleash our full might to crush him, Zheng Yanwu confirmed. Fiery Queen added, given that the Bai family is part of the legacy ranking, you also bear the responsibility to address this threat, unless, of course, you wish to align with player Yuan and stand against the entire world. Don't forget that the legacy ranking played a pivotal role in shaping your family's current status. If you choose to bite the hands that fed you, we won't hesitate to put you down, another participant warned. Bai Lianhua clenched her fists and responded to them in a cold voice. You guys sure talk big for a bunch of losers. Are you going to cry to your parents because you lost a fight? I cannot imagine being that pathetic. And speaking of parents, I wonder if you're aware of this. After all, your words carry little weight when it's your parents who make the ultimate decisions. When Bai Lianhua brought up their parents, the room plunged into an eerie silence, as if she had struck a nerve. While everyone in the meeting room was the top player in their respective families, they could not go around declaring war without their family's approval. You don't need to worry about that. I will speak with my father right after this meeting, and I do not doubt that he will have no problem with crushing a single ant. Xiong Lu spoke in a confident voice. Until then, you should stop spewing bullshit. I'll take my leave now if there's nothing else. Bai Lianhua said, Go ahead. Xiong Lu calmly nodded. Bai Lianhua didn't hesitate and logged off from the meeting room. After that, she immediately called her father by Mengyao. I am currently in the middle of a meeting. Call me back in a few hours. Bai Mengyao immediately said after connecting. This is urgent, father. Xiong Lu stated that the legacy ranking plans to collaborate to crush Yuan. The others from the 10 great families also shared the same sentiment. Despite maintaining a composed demeanor during the meeting, Bai Lianhua was secretly fraught with concern. After all, engaging in conflict with a few individuals from the 10 great families was an entirely different prospect than facing the entire 10 great families themselves. How odd! Bai Mengyao spoke after a moment of silence. I didn't receive any news regarding this. Are you sure this isn't just that child's bickering? Well, Xiong Lu said that he'll talk to his father about it after the meeting. Hearing this, Bai Mengyao suddenly burst out laughing, which greatly baffled Bai Lianhua. What's so funny? You know nothing about that child's old man. Do you truly think he's as immature as his son? He didn't raise the Xiong family to its current position with ignorance and recklessness. If he's as shrewd as I think, he wouldn't dare think about crushing someone as important as Yuan. Someone as important as Yuan? Is there something I don't know, father? Bai Lianhua asked. There's a lot of things you don't know about. Anyways, there's nothing to worry about. I will call you back when I am done with my meeting. Bai Mengyao hung up the phone, leaving Bai Lianhua speechless. Meanwhile, Yuan arrived at the myriad of techniques. Is this your first time here? A young man that Yuan didn't recognize greeted him when he entered the building. No. And without explaining further, Yuan lifted his head to look at the ceiling and spoke out loud. Senior Bai, can you hear me? His actions greatly shocked the young man, who hastily said, W, what do you think you are doing? He's a friend. A familiar voice suddenly resounded, shocking the young man even further. My hands are a little full at the moment, so you'll have to wait a bit. Senior Bai continued. A portal opened up before Yuan. Take your time. Yuan calmly stepped inside the portal, disappearing from the building. Once he was inside Senior Bai's realm, Yuan flew to the nearest floating pavilion and waited for Senior Bai's arrival. After several hours, a portal materialized before Yuan, and Senior Bai stepped through it. C1323 Earth. Chapter 1323 Earth, 1323 Earth. I apologize for the wait, Yuan. My business took a little longer to deal with than expected. Senior Bai apologized after stepping through the portal. Yuan shook his head. It's fine. I came here unannounced, too. After taking a seat and receiving some tea, Senior Bai poured a cup for him. Thank you. I'm relieved to see you survive the nameless Emperor's tomb. How was your experience? I can sense that there's something different about you, but I can't quite pinpoint it, Senior Bai remarked. It was quite an experience. I came close to death a few times, to be honest. Oh, I also encountered a few individuals from the upper heavens, Yuan shared. Even though they're supposed to be hunting a certain individual. Senior Bai shook his head at these people from the upper heavens. But I cannot blame them for visiting the nameless Emperor's tomb. Even immortals used to travel to the third heaven all the time just for that place. Anyways, what are you going to do now? I'll be making my way towards the fourth heaven after this. The fourth heaven already? Huh? You are probably one of the fastest climbers out there. In my experience, you are definitely the fastest climber. Even the most talented cultivators spend years preparing before challenging each door, yet you undertake them whenever you please, Senior Bai smiled. Once you transition from the third heaven to the fourth heaven, it'll be akin to stepping into an entirely new world. The disparities in cultivation will be even more profound, and the world itself will unfold in grander proportions. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, Do you know anything about the Vanishing Valley in the fourth heaven? Senior Bai immediately frowned at this name, and he asked in a grim tone, I hope you are not planning on visiting that godforsaken place. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face as he said, Unfortunately, I must go there. The frown on Senior Bai's face deepened. Do you have any idea what kind of place the Vanishing Valley is? I'm aware that it's a very dangerous place. It's more than just dangerous. The magical beasts alone could threaten even immortals, not to mention the real monster dwelling within. Monster? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Dong, you didn't mention anything about a monster. This creature is neither human nor beast, but a spirit. Even the most powerful magical beasts within the valley are akin to toddlers in comparison to this spirit. Fortunately, unlike the magical beasts, the spirit won't approach you unless provoked. However, that doesn't diminish its danger, Senior Bai explained. Regardless, I'd like to know your reason for venturing into the Vanishing Valley, he then inquired. I have to go even if it kills me, because the lives of many are at risk, including mine. What kind of trouble did you get yourself into? Let me see if I can help you. Yuan smiled and said, I didn't get into any trouble, it just happened. And as much as I'd like your help, I don't think it's something you can assist me with. Senior Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and proceeded to ponder in silence. Does it have anything to do with your world? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. There's no need to be surprised. I've known about it ever since we first met. Senior Bai continued. Is it really okay for you to say that? Yuan asked in a worried tone. He was already aware that top cultivators weren't affected by the Celestial Emperor's curse, but he harbored a suspicion that other rules were preventing them from divulging such information. Senior Bai stroked his beard and replied calmly, Actually, we're not supposed to acknowledge it, reinforced by the Celestial Emperor himself. So I'm currently going against the Celestial Emperor by telling you this. With that being said, we are in a safe zone, so they won't know unless we tell on ourselves. Is that so? Yuan saw Senior Bai in a new light. After taking a deep breath, Yuan nodded. Yes, it's related to my world, a place we call Earth. How much do you know about our world? He then asked. Not much. As far as I'm aware, Earth used to be part of the nine heavens before it was separated. If you weren't aware, the nine heavens used to be one extensive world, but it was divided into 10 different realms after a certain incident. Yuan nodded. I know that much. While the nine heavens remained relatively close to each other, my world drifted away. Yes, it happened so fast that nobody was able to do anything but watch as it disappeared into the distant void. Though, even if there was time, I doubt anyone would be willing to exert any resources to save a piece of the world that was drastically smaller than the others. Almost insignificantly so. Yuan agreed with Senior Bai. Compared to the nine heavens, Earth was incomparably small, and no sane person would go out of their way to save a pebble that had fallen off a mountain. What about the Celestial Emperor? What did he tell you guys about us? Yuan then asked. He told us that Head found a method to bring those from Earth back to the nine heavens through some kind of spiritual technique, but he didn't go into details. Of course, we were also told to not acknowledge your world. Did he tell you why he brought us back to the nine heavens? No, and I don't have the slightest idea of his intentions. However, he wanted us to raise you guys. Raise us? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Yes, to nurture you as cultivators. However, we aren't allowed to approach you until you guys reach the seventh heaven, as that is punishable by death. But you, Senior Bai smiled. There are exceptions, such as when you approach us by chance. It's not like we are forbidden from speaking with you entirely. If we somehow meet through special circumstances, we are allowed to interact, just like how we met in the myriad of techniques, which is connected to my personal realm. We are just not allowed to leave our world and travel to the lower heavens to find you. Yuan was excited to learn so much new information regarding the nine heavens and cultivation online, and he could feel himself slowly approaching the truth behind his Celestial Emperor's intentions. C1324 Celestial Council. Chapter 1324 Celestial Council. 1324 Celestial Council. How many people did the Celestial Emperor tell this information to? Yuan inquired after learning that it wasn't a secret in the upper heavens. As far as I know, everyone with even the slightest influence in the seventh heaven and above was notified by the Celestial Emperor. From small families and sects to powerhouses with sway over entire continents. However, there's a good chance that such information trickled down to the lower heavens as well. So pretty much everyone in the seventh heaven and above are aware of our existence and not influenced by the curse. That is correct. Though, even if someone is aware, they will most likely not reveal it to you like I am currently due to the Celestial Emperor's action. What sort of action? Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Celestial Emperor has the power to create heavenly laws by inscribing them into the heaven's will. Once something is written in heaven's will, all living beings living within the nine heavens must obey the law, or they will be punished with a fate worse than death, soul extermination. Isn't that a little too much power for one individual? Yuan frowned slightly after learning of the Celestial Emperor's prowess. While it may sound incredibly dangerous to have such authority, it's not something that he could abuse at will. Because of what happened in the past, the Celestial Emperor cannot create any law as he pleases without the approval of the Celestial Council. The Celestial Council? What's that? It's made up of members from several of the most prominent and influential powerhouses in the entire nine heavens. They are there to ensure that the Celestial Emperor does not abuse his power and create another situation like the heavenly war of immortals and gods. With that being said, the Celestial Emperor still has the final say even if everyone in the Celestial Council are against it. I see. Yuan mumbled. Now, why don't you tell me a little about your world and its situation that requires you to travel to the Vanishing Valley? Senior Bai suddenly inquired. Since Senior Bai told him so much, Yuan had no reason to keep it a secret and did not hesitate to reveal information about his own situation. My world, Earth, is on the verge of collapse. We're not exactly sure of the cause, but we think it's due to a lack of spiritual energy. If it weren't for a certain individual who had been protecting the world by supplying his spiritual energy for countless years, our world would have disappeared long ago. Senior Bai fell silent, with a pondering expression on his face. Just like cultivators, a world created through spiritual energy will collapse without it. Even if your world is only a small fragment of the nine heavens, it would still require an immense amount of spiritual energy to keep it from crumbling apart. Who is this individual? To support the world for so long, he must have a deep cultivation. He's not human. He's a divine beast, a blood mastiff. Yuan revealed. Senior Bai's eyes widened with surprise after hearing this. Did you just say he's a blood mastiff? They are so exceeding rare that they are on the verge of extinction even in the nine heavens. Senior Bai exclaimed. Extinction? Really? Yuan's face was filled with surprise. Yes, blood mastiffs have a unique bloodline that allows them to absorb spiritual energy much faster than others, and they only absorb the purest spiritual energy. This kind of bloodline would be heaven-defying if acquired by a cultivator. Because of this, they were hunted to near extinction. Yuan frowned upon learning this information. When did this happen? It occurred around the same time as the hunting of dragons, Senior Bai replied. He continued, unfortunately, blood mastiffs were already a rare race, unlike dragons, which have multiple bloodlines and a vast community, so it didn't take long for their bloodline to decline. Nowadays, there are probably less than 10 blood mastiffs across the entirety of Nine Heaven. In fact, I have never come across one myself throughout my entire life. However, it would make sense for this individual to be able to support your world for so long if he's a blood mastiff, as they have the highest spiritual energy capacity out of all races out there. Yuan's respect for the Lord significantly increased upon learning the truth about his race's history. If humans had been hunted to near extinction by beasts, it would be unlikely for any sane human to sacrifice themselves to protect a world dominated by beasts. Yet that was precisely what the Lord did. Despite his race being hunted to near extinction, he still chose to sacrifice himself to protect Earth. I understand the situation of your world now, but that doesn't explain why you need to visit the Vanishing Valley. Nothing in that place will help your predicament. Senior Bai said a moment later. The Vanishing Valley is just a road I must take to reach my real destination, Yuan said. Your real destination? The Shadow Realm. Senior Bai stood up after hearing this name. Omicron M, the Shadow Realm. That place is infinitely more dangerous than the Vanishing Valley. Not even an insane person would dare think about going there. He exclaimed. The corrupted souls within that place possess neither will nor intelligence. They have only their destructive instincts, and they will attack anything in sight. And because they aren't living or have a physical body, they cannot be killed through normal means. The Shadow Realm is not a place meant for the living. It was sealed away for a reason. I know. I experienced for myself how dangerous that place is firsthand. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. Why, you've already been there before. Senior Bai looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Yes, and I was much, much weaker than I am now back then. Senior Bai swallowed nervously at such words. Had been to the Shadow Realm once before, but he was only looking at the place from outside in a safe zone. I didn't even dare to enter the Shadow Realm back then. He sighed inwardly. C1325 Spirits. Chapter 1325 Spirits, 1325 Spirits. Anyways, the reason I need to visit the Shadow Realm is because I am looking for a cultivator's soul in the God Ascension Realm, Yuan said as Senior Bai stared at him with wide eyes. The blood mastiff is currently depleting more spiritual energy than he can absorb, and since spiritual treasures are incredibly scarce in our world, we can only rely on a powerful cultivator's soul for assistance. I understand your reasoning, but even if you somehow manage to find a cultivator's soul of that level, how will you bring them back to your world? Yuan retrieved his Empyrean Overlord in Starry Abyss, showing it to Senior Bai. I'm told that a soul weapon can shelter souls, and since these soul weapons are connected to my soul, I can summon them even in my world. Yuan explained the process to him. Senior Bai fell into silence with a look of amazement on his face. I see, that would work. However, the biggest issue here is finding these souls. A God Ascension Realm cultivator can only be found in the 7th heaven and above. If you're thinking about finding one in the Shadow Realm, you have a better chance of reaching the 9th heaven before you find a cultivator's soul of that level in the Shadow Realm that hasn't been corrupted. Senior by side, he continued, the Shadow Realm hasn't been used since ancient times, and the chances of a soul surviving this long without losing their sanity are extremely unlikely. I already found 2 of them, though. What? Is that true? Senior Bai exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Yes, but my cultivation wasn't sufficient enough to shelter these cultivators back then. They asked me to return once I reach Spirit Emperor, but my current soul strength should surpass even that of a Spirit Emperor. Senior Bai rubbed his eyes and asked in a worried tone, are you sure that you aren't being tricked by these souls? One of these souls claimed to be the sect master of the Immortal Monastery, and the other claimed to be one of 3 ethereal immortal fairies. Perhaps you have heard of them, Senior. Senior Bai's body trembled upon hearing this information. Did you just say the sect master of the Immortal Monastery? The Immortal Monastery used to rule the divine heavens as one of the top 3 sects during the primordial era, and their sect master was one of the most powerful figures in the world. If they existed today, even the biggest sects would look insignificant before them. As for the ethereal immortal fairies, they exist even to this day, and they're some of the most influential figures in the 9 heavens. Each of them has unrivaled beauty and is widely recognized as the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens. Of course, they're also powerful cultivators. I guess they weren't spewing complete lies back then. Yuan thought to himself, if these souls are truly who they claim, there's a decent chance that they are not lying. However, you must still be careful. Yuan smiled and said, how about this? After I shelter them inside my soul weapon, I will come back here and let you judge them for yourself to see if they are truly who they claim they are. Senior Bai nodded. That would be for the best. Yuan and Senior Bai proceeded to continue their conversation about the Shadow Realm and the Vanishing Valley for a while. Senior Bai would give Yuan his advice and his own experience in the Vanishing Valley to prepare him better for the place. As for the Shadow Realm, since he had no experience himself, Senior Bai could only talk about the corrupted souls within the place. Corrupted souls lack a physical form, rendering physical attacks ineffective against them. However, being souls, they are inherently vulnerable to spiritual attacks, Senior Bai explained. With that being said, I do not recommend attacking them unless you have no other choice. They are indifferent when it comes to physical attacks since they know they can't hurt them. But if they are hurt even the slightest with spiritual attacks, they will become enraged and go on a frenzy, making them much more annoying to deal with. Do you know where the entrance to the Shadow Realm is in Vanishing Valley? Yuan asked. Unfortunately, I do not know its exact location. However, it should be near the Giant Sword. Giant Sword? What's that? Yuan inquired for more information. In the Vanishing Valley, there exists a massive sword that makes even mountains look small. Half of the sword is rooted in the ground, yet it's large enough to touch the clouds. We call it the Giant Sword since it was clearly made to be wielded by giants. If you see it, you should be near the entrance. However, you must never approach the Giant Sword. Is there something there? Senior Bai nodded. That's the monster's territory. If you get too close, the monster will attack you. Not even the magical beasts there dare to approach the Giant Sword. That's how dangerous it is. This monster is a spirit, correct? Yes. There are many types of spirits in this world, with the most common being weapon spirits. When a weapon or soul weapon gains enough experience, whether through battle or other means, it gives birth to a conscience, and that conscience has a small chance of becoming a spirit. A weapon with a spirit is vastly superior to a spiritless weapon, as these spirits awaken a weapon's true potential. As for the spirit, depending on their grade, their appearance may vary. Yuan looked at his 2 soul weapons in silence for a moment before asking, can a weapon give birth to multiple spirits? No. Every weapon can only give birth to 1 spirit. Then is there a way to tell if a soul weapon has given birth to 1 yet? Senior Bai looked at his soul weapons and said, "There is a way, but it requires special equipment, something we don't have access to right now." With that being said, I don't sense any spirits within your soul weapons, so there's a good chance that they are spiritless. Of course, there's an extremely small chance that they already gave birth to a spirit, but that spirit is not with the weapon for some reason. Spirits can be separated with their weapon. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Of course, if a soul weapon were a human, their body would be the weapon itself, while their soul would be the spirit. If you can separate your soul from your body, why can't soul weapons? Senior Bai said as he pointed at Yuan, reminding him that he currently exists within the 9 heavens as a soul, while his real body was on Earth. What happens if a spirit dies? Yuan then asked. The soul weapon won't be destroyed without its spirit, since it came before, but the soul weapon will forever lose its ability to unleash its full potential. Yuan looked at his soul weapons again in silence. What about the spirit in the Vanishing Valley? What kind of spirit is it? He asked a moment later. We don't know. A spirit can be born from almost anything, even a blade of grass, if it has enough spiritual energy. But considering its prowess and appearance, it most likely came from a powerful spiritual treasure, or it's a spirit created from that giant sword. Its appearance? Yes, this spirit has the appearance of a human. Only the highest grade of spirits would have such an appearance. Senior Bai said, a human-like spirit. How interesting. Yuan mumbled to himself after learning of this information. C1326 Soul Emperor's Crown. Chapter 1326 Soul Emperor's Crown. 1326 Soul Emperor's Crown. Interesting? Don't get any funny ideas, Yuan. This spirit may resemble a human, but it's a monster that will kill anything in its sight. Senior Bai warned him after seeing his expression. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, I don't have a death wish. Sometime later, Senior Bai retrieved a box from his spiritual ring and said, Anyways, I have something to give you. Oh, remember when you asked me to help you find a soul technique? Well, I did find someone to give you a soul technique. It doesn't feel right, and I technically didn't give you anything. Senior Bai offered the box to Yuan and continued, Thus, I have decided to give you something else. Since you already have a powerful soul technique, this will further strengthen your soul strength. Go ahead and take a look. Yuan nodded and opened the box, revealing a beautiful and remarkable golden crown. Soul Emperor's Crown, grade, mythic, quality, peak, mental strength requirement, 20 million description. Once worn by the Soul Emperor, who was known to have the strongest soul strength in the 9 heavens. Significantly increases your soul strength while worn. Give it a try, Senior Bai said. The moment Yuan wore the crown, he could feel his soul strength skyrocket. My soul strength is 4 times stronger now. Yuan was greatly shocked by how powerful the Soul Emperor's crown was. Anything related to soul strength was incredibly valuable, so one can imagine the worth of a mythic grade treasure that could quadruple one's soul strength. However, the mental strength requirement was also ridiculously high. It appears that you are much stronger than I anticipated, Senior Bai suddenly said with a smile on his face. What do you mean? Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Soul Emperor's crown requires a tremendous amount of mental strength to wield. Normally, only those at peak Spirit Sovereign and above would be able to wield it, yet you can wear it without any problem as a peak Spirit King. Is that so? Since his stats were still represented as question marks, Yuan had no idea how high they were, but he now knew that they were at least above 20 million, which is around the level of peak Spirit Sovereign. Speaking of Spirit King, you're still looking for a method to break through your physique, correct? Lady Su told me that she may have found something. I'll let her know of your next visit. Really? That's great. Yuan's eyes sparkled. He's been stuck at Spirit King for far too long. Fortunately, he was still in the 3rd heaven, where Spirit King was the limit. After talking for a little longer, Yuan decided it was time for him to leave. I won't take up your time any longer, Senior Bai. Once again, thank you for the Soul Emperor's crown. Senior Bai nodded and said, I wish you the best of luck in the Vanishing Valley in the Shadow Realm. Don't be reckless and stay alive. After leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan logged off Cultivation Online and gathered everyone for a meeting. I have two things to talk about today. The first is that I will be challenging the stairway to heaven tomorrow, so the fourth heaven will be opened soon. As for the second, it's more of a warning. I have somehow offended the 10 great families and the legacy family, so things might get chaotic soon. The 10 great families? What did you do to offend them? Wang Ming asked. Yuan then recalled his fight with the 10 great families. Those cowardly bastards. Not only did they come after you in a large group, they even have the audacity to threaten you. After losing miserably, Chu Liuxiang slammed the table in anger. Even if it's the 10 great families, I don't think they could do anything to us while we're inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Mei Feng said. And she continued, in fact, most of the 10 great families' main branches are located inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain. So they're our neighbors, huh? Yuan was surprised to learn this information. Yes, they're all located on the upper level of the mountain. While Yuan and the others never tried to interact or learn more about their neighbors, Mei Feng took it upon herself to investigate the entire mountain and all of its residents. If they are residents of Dragon Spiral Mountain, they cannot touch us without angering the Lord, so there's really nothing for us to worry about, Mei Xiao said. Empty threats. Just ignore them. Wang Bingbing casually shrugged. Yuan nodded. That's what I plan on doing until they make a move. I have more important things to worry about. In the end, nobody there gave much thought to the 10 great families' threat. Due to Yuan's relationship with the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, they were essentially untouchable inside the mountain. Even if the 10 great families ignored the Lord and attacked them, they were confident in their own ability to completely crush the 10 great families with their current strength. The following morning, Yuan logged into Cultivation Online and met up with Mei Xiao and the others. Are you all ready? Yuan asked them. Shouldn't we be the ones asking you that? You're the one challenging the stairway to heaven. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Yuan smiled. Then let's go. Just as they started moving, Yuan stopped walking and turned to look at Li Jinsi. I almost forgot. ? Li Jinsi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yuan proceeded to retrieve a beautiful black and golden sword from his dragon spatial ring before pushing it towards Li Jinsi. What is this? Li Jinsi asked him. I found it inside the nameless emperor's tomb. It belongs to you. Li Jinsi tilted her head in a puzzled manner. It belongs to me? But I have never seen this sword before. It's a long story, so I will explain it to you later. Just take it for now. Li Jinsi didn't say anything else and accepted the sword. Beyond its elegant exterior, the sword seemed unremarkable, almost as if it were an ordinary weapon. However, the instant Li Jinsi grasped the sword, it awakened with an unfathomable aura, revealing depths that transcended its initial appearance. This is... Li Jinsi exclaimed with a startled look on her face. C1327 Towards the Fourth Heaven. Chapter 1327 Towards the Fourth Heaven. What a profound aura! It's even stronger than the mythic grade treasure my parents gave me. Shi Meili was amazed by the aura coming from Li Jinsi's sword. This was her first time being in the presence of an Empyrean grade treasure. Golden Empress. Empyrean grade. Li Jinsi swallowed nervously after seeing the weapon's descriptions. Jin Shi? Who is that? She wondered inwardly. Did you just say Empyrean grade? Even though they're only a grade above mythic grade, they are incomparably stronger and incredibly scarce. I've only read about them in ancient texts. Shi Meili exclaimed. I cannot accept such a valuable treasure. I don't even think I can wield such a high-grade weapon with my current cultivation. Li Jinsi quickly tried to return the sword to Yuan. This weapon is special, and not only can you wield it, you're probably the only person in this world who can wield it. Yuan shook his head, refusing to take back the sword. If you say so, I will accept it. Thank you, Yuan. Li Jinsi muttered in a dazed voice. She had many questions, but she decided to wait until Yuan revealed them to her. What about us, Yuan? Chu Liuxiang looked at him with anticipating eyes. Yuan smiled and said, "While I do have some treasures for you, it will have to wait until you're at a higher cultivation. Even if I give you an Empyrean-grade treasure now, you won't meet the requirements to wield it." Then how come Li Jinsi can wield that sword? Her situation is a little unique. I'm not sure how to explain it either. How envious. After a brief pause, Chu Liuxiang chuckled and said, "I'm just joking. I'm already satisfied with my current weapon." She turned to look at Li Jinsi and continued, "I don't know how to explain it, but that sword looks like it was made to be held by you." Li Jinsi nodded and said, "Honestly, even though this is my first time seeing this sword, it doesn't feel like this is my first time holding it, almost as though I already have years of experience with it." Shortly after Li Jinsi acquired her sword, they made their way to the stairway to heaven. An hour later, Yuan stood before the staircase. There were a little over 1,000 people at the stairway to heaven. Yuan was quite surprised to see so many people there. Oh, there are actually people here this time. It's quite crowded. When he previously challenged the stairway to heaven, there were scarcely any onlookers or challengers. The fourth heaven is a very different place. Xiao Hua suddenly spoke, and she continued, "The 9 heavens is divided into 3 distinct levels. The lower heaven to the third heaven is considered the lowest tier and shares similarities in terms of restrictions and resources. In simpler words, there are not much difference between these 3 realms. So going from the lower heaven to spirit heaven isn't as impressive as entering the 4th heaven from the 3rd heaven." "What is the cultivation limit in the 4th heaven?" Lan Yingying suddenly asked. "Divine warrior." Xiao Hua quickly responded. "The divine realm, huh? That's quite the leap." She merely sighed. "How high is that compared to Yuan?" Chu Liuxiang asked. "Brother Yuan is currently a spirit king. He would need to break through spirit emperor, spirit sovereign, and finally spirit enlightenment before entering the divine realm and becoming a divine warrior. The difference between the divine realm and the spirit realm is like heaven and earth. Not even 100 spirit enlightenment could defeat someone who just became a divine warrior." Wow. Yuan didn't immediately challenge the stairway to heaven and decided to watch the others a little. As expected of Luo Zhihao, he's managed to climb the 3rd step in less than 5 minutes. And he's only an 8th level spirit king. As talented as Luo Zhihao is, he won't make it to the door. I have never seen anyone that isn't a peak spirit king climb all 9 steps. Shortly after reaching the 4th step, challenger Luo Zhihao could not endure the pressure and quickly gave up. The next challenger was a peak spirit king cultivator. Isn't that Zheng Jin? I have been wanting to see him challenge the staircase since he entered peak spirit king 30 years ago. Omicron him after spending half an hour. Zheng Jin managed to climb all 9 steps, almost failing at the last step. 50 challengers tried to climb the staircase to reach the door over the next 3 hours. However, despite most of them being peak spirit kings, only 2 of them managed to reach the door in the end, with the rest failing before even reaching the 4th floor. "Let's climb after the next one," Yuan said to the others. They made their way to the front as the next challenger began his climb. "I'd like to climb next," Yuan said to the person working there. And before the worker could even respond, Yuan continued, "I will also be helping them ascend, so I'd like 4 additional medallions." Lan Yingying and Xiao Hua entered his body before he approached the worker, and since they were his servants, they didn't need any medallions. The worker looked at Yuan with a deep frown. "Are you messing with me? If so, get lost." "No, I am dead serious," Yuan calmly replied. The worker looked at the beauties standing behind Yuan and cursed inwardly. Bastard is just trying to show off. Whatever. He'll only embarrass himself. And without saying another word, the worker tossed 5 medallions at Yuan. Yuan kept the challenger's medallion and handed the other 4 to the Meishio and the others. The observers who saw his actions were greatly surprised and immediately began mocking him. "Look over there. He's going to carry 4 people through the stairway to heaven. Can you believe this?" "Ha ha, what a fool. He's trying to impress those fairies, but he'll only end up embarrassing himself. I don't recognize him. He must be a nobody." As more and more people noticed the situation, the amount of ridicule and mockery being thrown at Yuan increased. However, Yuan was unfazed by the surrounding mockery and calmly waited for his turn to challenge the stairway to heaven. C1328, Make It More Difficult. Chapter 1328, Make It More Difficult. After taking his medallion, Yuan waited about 15 minutes before the challenger failed to climb the staircase. "It's our turn," Yuan said as he calmly approached the stairway to heaven with Xiao and the others followed him from behind. The area immediately became rowdy the moment the spectators saw Yuan and his group. "Why are there 5 of them? I thought only one person could challenge the stairway to heaven at a time," asked someone who didn't know about the carry system. "A challenger can bring up to 9 people with him through the stairway to heaven, but each additional person will drastically increase the difficulty. I have never seen anyone successfully carry 1 person, much less 4. He'll definitely fail at the first step. What an arrogant brat. I don't blame him for wanting to show off to those fairies with him, but he's biting far more than he can chew. He'll only end up embarrassing himself now." While the spectators continued to mock him, Yuan took his first step onto the staircase. "I don't feel anything," Yuan thought to himself as he effortlessly walked to the next step. In the blink of an eye, Yuan reached the second step. Yuan ascended the first step so swiftly that spectators began to doubt their eyes. However, even upon reaching the second step, Yuan felt no pressure, as if the challenge held no weight. Without hesitation, he leaped to the third step. What? How is he already at the third step? It hasn't even been a minute since he started the challenge. Fuck. It's as if the stairway to heaven isn't functioning properly. The spectators were in disbelief. They have never seen anyone ascend with such minimal effort before. Yuan jumped to the fourth step the moment his foot touched the third step, his movements as light as a feather, and he continued to climb the steps without stopping. In the blink of an eye, Yuan reached the 9th step without a single break and without a drop of sweat on him. The entire area fell into a hushed silence as everyone struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Yuan had ascended to the door faster than Xiao and the others, who were unaffected by the pressure. It was an inexplicable outcome. Shimeli, who was new to the stairway to heaven, noticed the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd and wondered to herself, why do they look so surprised? Is it really that hard to climb these steps? Upon reaching the door, Yuan and the others placed their medallions into the slots, opening it. The spectators watched as Yuan and his group disappeared into the void beyond the door. Even if he managed to enter the stairway to heaven, it'll only be a matter of time before he fails and returns. Yeah, I think so too. The door to the stairway to heaven suddenly opened again only a few minutes after Yuan and his group entered, and the first challenger who made it to the door emerged from it with a defeated look on his face. Meanwhile, inside the stairway to heaven, Shimeli and the others were transported to the spectators' room the moment they entered. "Welcome back, Master." Tian'er greeted Yuan. "It's been a while." Tian'er nodded and said, "Master, you have become a lot more powerful since your last visit." "I'm glad you think so, because Master's current strength far surpasses the stairway to heaven's expectations. You may choose to skip the challenge and go straight to the 4th heaven," Tian'er suddenly said. Really? Yuan didn't expect to be able to skip the trials entirely. "I thought it wasn't possible to skip these trials, even as the master of this place." Tian'er nodded in confirmation. "It's only possible when the challenger's strength far surpasses the current requirements. With Master's current strength, you'll pass the trials with ease. It will be pointless to make you take the trials." Yuan smiled and responded without any hesitation in his voice. "No matter how easy the trials are, I will still do them. After all, they are related to my past." Tian'er nodded. "Then I will immediately begin Master's trial." "Wait a second." Yuan suddenly stopped her. "Omicron M, you have the ability to change the trial's difficulty, correct? Can you make it more difficult for me?" Tian'er nodded. "Yes, I have the power to do that. Do you wish to increase the difficulty, Master?" "Yes, make it suitable for my current strength." Yuan nodded with a confident smile. A profound smile appeared on Tunner's face as she thought to herself, as expected of Master. She had a feeling that Yuan would increase the difficulty, and giving him the option to skip the trials was actually a trial in itself. However, it was also true that Yuan's current strength would render the trials child's play. I understand. I will adjust the difficulty of the trials to match the Master's current strength. Tunner proceeded to close her eyes and stood there in silence. She opened her eyes a few moments later and said, "Okay, I have adjusted the difficulty. Are you ready to start, Master?" "I am." The scenery swiftly transformed, and within moments, Yuan found himself standing on an empty stage, encircled by a colossal crowd of giants. This place is the Tournament of Strength? Yuan quickly recognized his location, as he still remembered that the previous trial had ended right before he could participate in the tournament. He quickly looked around, and sure enough, he could see Huang, Xiao, Li, and her family in the crowd, as well as Princess Maya and giant Emperor Kulas at the royal family spectating area. Boom! A massive figure suddenly jumped onto the stage, landing right before Yuan. "It'll give you a chance to surrender, human, unless you want to become human meat paste." The giant before Yuan said with an arrogant look on his face. Yuan immediately peeked at the giant's cultivation base, his heart skipping a beat after seeing the results. First-level divine warrior, he cried inwardly. C1329 Divine Warrior. Chapter 1329 Divine Warrior. For our third match, we have Warrior Gulag and his opponent, Tianyang. Giant Emperor Kulas personally announced the matchup, showing his favoritism. The human will be squashed like a bug by Warrior Gulag in the blink of an eye. What's the point of this match? A giant mocked upon, sensing Yuan's insignificant cultivation base. Warrior Gulag, sure, is lucky. This is essentially a free round for him. Good luck, Yuan. I know you can beat him. Huang, Xiao, Li's loud cheering overlapped the surrounding mockery, attracting several displeased gazes. Ha ha! How dare a mere spirit realm human cultivator stand in the way of a divine realm expert? I can kill you with a sneeze. Warrior Gulag laughed out loud. Despite the mockery and disdain, Yuan's facial expression remained the same, completely tranquil. Even though he's at the divine realm, he doesn't seem any stronger than by Shu Tao at Spirit Enlightenment. As expected of a genius from the upper heavens, Yuan thought to himself. Of course, Bai Ziteo's actual cultivation was much higher than the divine realm, which plays a factor in his overwhelming prowess. This match confirmed Yuan's current strength to be comparable to an ordinary cultivator at the divine warrior realm, meaning he could fight someone 4 entire realms above his own cultivation. No, this is not my limit. Yuan raised his fists and stood in a fighting pose. Let's see if your strength is as impressive as your mouth. You! Warrior Gulag's face flushed with redness. Let the match begin. Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly declared. You will regret standing before me, human. Warrior Gulag roared, and his skin abruptly shifted to a silver-gray hue with a shiny and smooth texture, resembling a body made of steel. That's the Steel Mountain Physique. I've been told that it's one of the top 5 most durable physiques in the continent. One of the spectators commented in an excited tone. Warrior Gulag's giving the human too much face by using his physique. Meanwhile, Yuan acted as if Warrior Gulag's physique didn't exist and jumped at him. A vicious light flickered in Yuan's eyes as he threw a fist at Warrior Gulag. Warrior Gulag, who was too prideful to block the attack, decided to stand still with a confident look on his face. Bastard will only hurt himself. He laughed inwardly. However, when Yuan's fist connected with his stomach in the next moment, Warrior Gulag's face contorted in extreme pain as his body arched backward. Gah! Warrior Gulag flew all the way to the edge of the stage, barely managing to stay within its bounds. The audience fell silent after witnessing such a scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ha ha ha! That's what these fools get for underestimating my rival. Giant Emperor Kulas laughed out loud as he slapped his leg, causing ripples to appear. Yuan didn't chase after Warrior Gulag and allowed him to regain his composure, which took a good moment. Impossible, Warrior Gulag cried inwardly. Why does a human have such strength? How can a mere Spirit King inflict such damage on my Steel Mountain physique? Warrior Gulag quickly recognized Yuan's strength and immediately ceased underestimating him. Upon standing back up, he spoke in an apologetic tone. I apologize for underestimating you. His Majesty had a good reason for taking interest in you, but I was too filled with envy to accept it. Does this mean you'll fight me seriously now? Yuan asked. Of course. Warrior Gulag immediately released all of his cultivation and activated his body enhancement technique, further boosting his Steel Mountain physique. Seeing this, Yuan could no longer afford to go easy and activated his transformation technique. What kind of technique is that? Is he really human? Is that even a body enhancement technique? I have never seen or heard of such a mythical technique before. The audience was greatly shocked by Yuan's transformation and doubted whether it was within the tournament's rules. Omicron M Giant Emperor Kulas narrowed his eyes at Yuan for a moment before speaking. It's within the rules. Since Yuan's dragon transformation technique only affected his body, it would fall in the category of body enhancement. After his transformation, Yuan's aura soared all the way to the heavens. Warrior Gulag broke into a cold sweat just from the pressure being emitted by Yuan. Human or not, I will be victorious. Warrior Gulag took the initiative and charged at Yuan this time around. Seeing this, Yuan also advanced. Die! Warrior Gulag hurled his fist with all his might, and Yuan confronted it head-on. Upon the collision of their fists, the space surrounding them began to twist and warp. Most of the audience anticipated Warrior Gulag's victory, but the results greatly disappointed them. Yuan's strength was simply far superior, quickly overwhelming Warrior Gulag and blowing up his entire arm almost instantly after their clash. Warrior Gulag fell to his knees while coughing up a mouthful of blood. Can you continue? Yuan asked him with a relaxed face, looking as if he had barely put any effort into their fight. I forfeit. Warrior Gulag shook his head. Winner, Tianyang. Giant Emperor Kulas announced with excitement. Yuan deactivated his transformation and walked off the stage before going to where Huang Xiao Li was standing. The audience immediately made room for him, their faces filled with awe and shock. That was amazing, Yuan. Huang Xiao Li was smiling from ear to ear. Thank you, but that was barely a warm-up. In his mind, Yuan was also surprised that Head managed to defeat a divine warrior so easily. Did Tianer really increase the difficulty? That was too easy, even if it's a warm-up match. The tournament immediately continued to the fourth round with both fighters being giants. And unlike Yuan's match that ended in the blink of an eye, these two giants would spend the next several hours beating each other with nothing but their fists, their bodies soaked in blood by the end. Since martial techniques were banned, it looked like an ordinary fight between mortals, but each of their punches packed enough force to create powerful gusts of wind at every impact. The audience was hyped and screamed throughout the entire match, making it seem they were in a festival of sorts. C1330 Royal Guard. Chapter 1330 Royal Guard. Since the fourth match took several hours to conclude, Yuan had plenty of time to recover his strength, even though he had barely used any of it. Furthermore, Yuan did not recognize the fighters for the fourth match, as he doesn't recall seeing them in the qualifiers during the previous trial. Did the fighters change because of the changed difficulty? He wondered to himself. That's what a fight should look like, right? It isn't a fight if there isn't a pool of blood by the end. The giants laughed merrily as the fifth match began. Once again, it was a fight between giants. The air would vibrate and the ground would tremble with every punch. Yuan narrowed his eyes at these fighters, as they were both third-level divine warriors. The fighters for the fourth match were both second-level divine warriors. Just how much will their cultivation increase by the time it's my turn again? Yuan's anticipation grew when he came to this realization. Meanwhile, inside the spectators' area, Shimeli asked, "Hey, why does that girl beside Yuan look like you?" Shimeli stared at Chu Liuxiang, who shrugged, "I don't know." After the fifth match came to an end, the judge announced sixth match, Royal Guard Basar and Tianyang. Huh, it's my turn already? Yuan thought he had to wait a few more matches since there were supposed to be 30 fighters. I guess they don't want me to have too much time to recover. Yuan thought to himself as he went onto the stage. His opponent was a giant and a member of the royal guard that serves the royal family, giant Emperor Kulas' family. The royal guards? I have never seen them appear in the tournament before. The spectators were especially excited by his presence. The royal guards consist of the strongest warriors on the entire continent and are seldom seen, only appearing during emergencies or when the safety of the royal families is threatened. Normally, it would be unthinkable for such powerful warriors to appear in a tournament, even if it were the biggest tournament on the continent, but Yuan was inside the stairway to heaven, where anything was possible. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw Royal Guard Bar's cultivation. 6th level Divine Warrior. Seeing Yuan's surprised look, Royal Guard Basar spoke in a calm voice. Although the Royal Guards have never appeared in the tournament before, it's not like we are forbidden from participating. We just don't have a reason to, as we are satisfied with our position. However, this year is different. The winner will have a chance to marry Princess Maya, and I have admired her ever since I first laid my eyes on her. I don't want to bully the weak, but I must acquire the title Colossal at all costs. Yuan was speechless. You may begin, the judge announced a moment later. Mammoth Body Temperament. Royal Guard Basar roared, immediately activating his body tempering technique, causing his body to grow double in size. All Royal Guards are bestowed with the Mammoth Body Temperament, a technique derived from the Great Mammoth Body Refinement. While it may be a weaker version of the Great Mammoth Body Refinement, it is still potent enough to rank among the top 3 techniques on the continent. Thankfully, we are limited to our physiques and body refinement techniques, Yuan thought to himself. If this was a regular tournament where they are allowed to use martial techniques, he'd have trouble fighting someone at Royal Guard Bar's cultivation. When it came to a battle of raw strength, one's cultivation wasn't as important as their Bodis temperament. However, Royal Guard Basar still had an advantage with his superior cultivation since he could recover his injuries and stamina with spiritual energy, allowing him to fight longer than someone with a lower cultivation. Of course, one could strengthen their body using spiritual energy, but it won't be anywhere as effective as body tempering, and it consumes too much spiritual energy. Yuan did not dare to underestimate his opponent and immediately transformed. The smell of the beast, how unpleasant. Royal Guard Basar muttered as he threw a punch at Yuan. Wanting to test his strength, Yuan confronted the attack with his own punch. The audience was pushed back by an intense gust of wind the following moment. In the end, neither Yuan nor Royal Guard Basar moved an inch from their exchange, almost as though they were equal in strength. Royal Guard Basar wore an expression of incredulity, seemingly unable to fathom that a human could match him in sheer strength. "Let me see you do that again," he shouted as he punched again. "They'll do it as many times as you want." Yuan smiled. An even more powerful gust of wind was created a moment later. Yet Royal Guard Basar found himself unable to push back Yuan. However, it was the same for Yuan. Royal Guard Basar remarked with a slight smile, "Seems like your triumph over Warrior Gulag wasn't a mere fluke. It's been a while since I had a decent opponent. Nevertheless, if this is the extent of your abilities, defeating me will be beyond your reach." Earth Titan Physique. In the span of a heartbeat, Royal Guard Basar added another meter to his stature, and his physique became even more chiseled. "He'll surrender if he can take this punch without any injuries," Royal Guard Basar exclaimed as he threw his third punch. Yuan could immediately tell that he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if he confronted this punch like he did previously, but he also wanted to see the difference in their strength. Huh! Yuan confronted Royal Guard Bar's third punch with all of his strength. Thump! The entire stage trembled upon impact, and Yuan felt a shock wave shattering the muscles in his arm under immense force. Following their clash, Yuan's arm suffered a similar fate to Warrior Galag's, reduced to ruins under the overwhelming force. Burn this into your soul, human. This is the difference between giants and humans. Royal Guard Basar laughed out loud. Chapter 1331 Royal Guard 2. Chapter 1331 Royal Guard 2. Yuan. Huang Xiao covered her mouth with a shocked look on her face after witnessing Yuan's arm exploding into a bloody mess. Meanwhile, the audience cheered loudly for Royal Guard Basar. Hell yeah! Kill him with your next punch. The audience rooted for his victory. Yet, in the very next moment, just as the audience began to erupt in celebration, Yuan's previously annihilated arm miraculously regenerated, emerging anew in pristine condition. The sudden recovery left onlookers in stunned silence, an awe-stricken hush settling over the gathering as they grappled with the astonishing spectacle before them. What in heaven's name did he just do? How did he recover from such an injury? There's no way. He must use some kind of medicine or treasure. But we were all watching him. It's impossible to do such a thing without getting caught before so many eyes. Even before His Majesty's presence, too. You never know. Humans always have tricks up their sleeves. Royal Guard Basar did not think Yuan was cheating and asked, "Is that your physique?" "Who knows?" Yuan shrugged. Given that his regeneration ability stemmed from the consumption of demon cores and was intrinsically tied to the unique attributes of his physique, one could technically categorize this remarkable capability as an extension of his physique. No matter how many times you regenerate, it won't help you defeat me. Royal Guard Basar remained calm despite Yuan's godly healing abilities. And without uttering another word, Royal Guard Basar launched yet another punch at Yuan. Knowing that he couldn't overpower Royal Guard Basar in his current state, Yuan swiftly sidestepped the attack, narrowly avoiding the strike. Then, seizing the opportune moment, he retaliated with a punch of his own. His fist landed directly on Royal Guard Basar's body, but he was only able to push Royal Guard Basar a few steps back and cause the area he punched to swell up a little. Royal Guard Basar scoffed at the damage he received, which quickly healed even without needing to use spiritual energy. At this point, it appeared that Yuan was destined for defeat, as he seemed to lag behind his opponent in every conceivable aspect, and this thought was aligned by most of the audience. However, there was still something that Yuan had yet to try. Typically, activating more than one body tempering technique simultaneously was deemed impractical, as the strain imposed on the body and the issues of compatibility made it an untenable approach. In Royal Guard Basar's case, he was using a body tempering technique to further boost his own physique, which is the ideal method for most cultivators. However, not every physique seamlessly accommodated such techniques. In reality, the majority of physiques proved incompatible, yet the exception lay with most giants, who were inherently endowed with physiques conducive to the application of body tempering techniques. This is what Royal Guard Basar meant by the difference between humans and giants. After taking a deep breath, Yuan activated Golden Mountain Body Refinement, something had learned during his previous trial. In the ensuing moment, a delicate veil of golden aura enveloped Yuan's form, resembling a translucent armor. What? Royal Guard Basar furrowed his brow at the unexpected sight. Like the majority of the audience, he had initially assumed that Yuan's transformation was a manifestation of a body tempering technique. Regrettably, their assumptions proved to be misguided, for Yuan's transformation was more intricately tied to his bloodline rather than any conventional technique. This feeling isn't bad. Yuan was satisfied with the results. Although Golden Mountain Body Refinement was only supposed to enhance his defensive capabilities, he could feel his strength surge as well. Regardless of the tricks you may possess, they won't aid you in defeating me, Royal Guard Basar declared with disdain. In an instant, he surged forward, delivering a barrage of fist thrusts aimed at Yuan. Eager to gauge the extent of his newfound capabilities, Yuan opted not to evade the oncoming punches, but instead confronted them head-on, testing the limits of his enhanced strength. Dong! The collision of their fists reverberated like the resounding beat of a war drum, echoing through the air with a palpable intensity. Dong! 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 Several exchanges later, both Yuan and Royal Guard Basar took a step back. While Yuan's arms did not succumb to the explosive aftermath as they had before, the exchange did not leave them unscathed, and the impact resulted in some of his muscles and veins bursting. Yet, Royal Guard Basar found himself in a slightly more dire state than Yuan. In addition to the bursting muscles and veins, his bones had shattered into hundreds of fragments under the immense force of the collision. Royal Guard Basar gritted his teeth in frustration. He was slightly behind Yuan in terms of strength, but it wasn't to the point where he would outright lose. Since I have the superior cultivation, I will win if I outlast him. I doubt he'll be able to stay in that form for too long. Undeterred, Royal Guard Basar chose to stake everything on outlasting his opponent. Swiftly mending his injuries, he wasted no time launching another assault on Yuan. Yuan immediately knew what Royal Guard Basar was thinking and decided to entertain him. In the ensuing hours, Yuan and Royal Guard Basar engaged in an unrelenting exchange of punches, continuously obliterating their arms in the relentless confrontation. Why isn't he tired yet? How does he still have the energy to sustain that form? Royal Guard Basar pondered nervously, sensing his own spiritual energy nearing its limit, while Yuan continued to exude boundless vitality. How does a spirit king possess such an abundance of spiritual energy? And how can he persist in such a formidable state for such an extended duration? Royal Guard Basar gritted his teeth in frustration, grappling with the perplexity of the situation. You don't look so good. Do you need a break? Yuan suddenly asked. What? A look of disbelief painted Royal Guard Bar's face, transforming swiftly into anger as he realized that Yuan had just mocked him. C1332 Royal Palace. Chapter 1332 Royal Palace. How dare you look down on me, a mere human? Royal Guard Bar's countenance seethed with anger, incensed by Yuan's suggestion that he take a break. Yuan shrugged and remarked, Why do giants obsessively look down on humans? If I recall correctly, giants used to be humans. The entire venue fell into an abrupt and eerie silence, as if Yuan had uttered something he wasn't supposed to disclose. After a moment of chilling silence, Royal Guard Basar erupted with extreme anger, roaring, Blasphemy! The audacity to compare a giant's bloodline to that of a lowly human. I will not let this slide. Royal Guard Bar's eyes turned red, resembling that of a wild beast, and his aura gushed with immense killing intent. However, no matter how angry he got, he was still below Yuan in strength, and after another hour of brawling, Royal Guard Basar exhausted his spiritual energy and mental strength. Eventually, Royal Guard Basar succumbed, dropping to his knees with a broken arm that no longer recovered. Victor Tianyang, the judge declared a few seconds later when he could not sense any will to fight in Royal Guard Bar's eyes. Yuan took a deep breath before walking off the stage. Despite winning the fight, he was not satisfied with the results, as it had taken him everything to defeat Royal Guard Basar. I won't be able to win the future matches at this rate. I have to find a way to further strengthen myself before the next match begins. He thought to himself. Just as Yuan walked off the stage, Giant Emperor Kulas stood from his seat and spoke. We will stop here for today and will resume in 48 hours. This is perfect. Yuan smiled inwardly. Seeing how he was given so much time, Yuan realized that the stairway to heaven already anticipated that he would lose the next match and gave him some time to prepare. The stairway to heaven expects me to grow during the trials. After all, this place is also a training ground for me. For most, the stairway to heaven is perceived merely as a bothersome wall one must climb to reach the upper heavens. Few pause to ponder its true purpose, a training ground, offering an opportunity to surpass one's limits. What are you waiting for? Giant Emperor Kulas asked his daughter when he noticed that she wasn't following him back to the palace. Princess Maya replied with a smile, "I'm going to stay with my new friends for a little longer." Giant Emperor Kulas looked at her gaze that was directed in Yuan's direction and laughed out loud. "Why don't you invite your friends to the palace?" "Are you sure, father? When have I ever doubted myself?" Giant Emperor Kulas said before disappearing from the scene. A few moments later, "Look, Princess Maya is coming to the crowd. I wonder what she's going to say. My heavens, I have never seen her this close before. I will remember this moment for the rest of my life." While under the audience's gaze, Princess Maya leaped into the air and landed right behind Yuan and Huang Xiao. "Hey, if you don't have any place to stay for the next 48 hours, why don't you come to the palace with me? I've already got my father's approval, so you just need to nod." Princess Maya asked them with a beaming smile on her face. "What? The royal family has invited them to the palace. But they're humans. No human has ever stepped foot inside the royal palace before." Yuan looked at Huang Xiao and her family and asked, "What do you guys think? We are not foolish enough to reject the princess' generosity. Naturally, we are willing to accompany the princess to the palace," Huang Xiao declared. "You heard them," Yuan said to her. "Great. Then I will bring us to the palace immediately." Without any delay, Princess Maya retrieved a device and poured her spiritual energy into it. In the ensuing moment, Yuan and the others' bodies started emanating a radiant blue light before abruptly disappearing from their current location. Upon reappearing, they found themselves within a vast and opulent building, and in comparison to the enormity of their surroundings, they were practically akin to ants. Wow! As expected of the royal family's home, this place is as large as an entire human city. Huang Xiaoli was greatly awed by the spectacle before her eyes. "This is just the lobby. The actual rooms are much bigger than this." Princess Maya smiled. "Come, let me show you your rooms." Yuan followed Princess Maya, but since the place was so huge, it didn't seem like they were moving even though they had been walking for several minutes already. "Do you walk around like this all the time?" Huang Xiaoli asked her. "No, I'm usually in my giant form when I am at home. Want me to carry you guys?" "I don't think that would be appropriate for a princess such as yourself," Huang Chun said with a nervous expression on his face. "Don't worry about it. I couldn't care less about such things." After saying such words, Princess Maya began growing in size, quickly reaching 50 meters tall. As her growth ceased, she extended her open hand towards them, signaling for them to climb onto her palm. Without hesitation, Yuan leaped onto her palm, and once everyone had settled on her palm, Princess Maya resumed walking. "Whoa, this is so fun!" Huang Xiaoli exclaimed as she spread her arms wide, as if she wanted to embrace the wind. Sometime later, they arrived before a massive door. "This will be your room. Since it's large enough to fit 1,000 humans with ease, and for convenience's sake, you guys can share it. Of course, if you wish to have your own room, it won't be difficult to make such arrangements either." Princess Maya said to them. "I'm fine with sharing the room," Yuan said as he looked at the Huang family, who also had no objections. Princess Maya nodded upon their approval and opened the massive door with a single hand. C1333 2 Days. Chapter 1333 2 Days. Upon entering the room, Yuan and the Huang family were greeted by a luxurious room that was far too big for them. As Princess Maya claimed, the room could easily fit over 1,000 humans. In fact, just the bed alone could fit over 10,000 humans with ease. "I don't know what to say," Huang Xiaoli muttered in a dazed voice. "It wasn't too bad before we entered this room, but now that there's furniture and stuff, I really feel out of place. Is this how ants feel when they enter a human's house? I'm speechless." Princess Maya placed Yuan and the Huang family on the table before shrinking her size to match theirs again. What do you plan on doing now? Princess Maya suddenly asked him. Are you expecting me to do something? Yuan raised an eyebrow. She nodded and said, while you are definitely very talented, even defeating a formidable opponent like Royal Garbasar, you won't win the next match in your current state. That's nonsense. Yuan will definitely win. Huang Xiao exclaimed, defending him. Yuan smiled appreciatively and replied, thank you, but she's correct. My next opponent will undoubtedly be much stronger than Royal Garbasar, and if I enter the stage in my current state, I will definitely lose. No way. Huang Xiao was speechless. We still have 2 days before the next match. Princess Maya said, huh? Are you proposing that he enhance his strength in just 2 days? That's too little time. It's impossible, even for someone as talented as him. Huang Xiao remarked. Although it might sound like she was underestimating Yuan, she wasn't entirely wrong. 2 days is an incredibly brief period for any cultivator, especially for someone at Yuan's level of cultivation. Had Huang Xiao uttered anything to the contrary, she would have sounded absurd. After all, even if one were to gorge themselves on treasures, the absorption of spiritual energy from those treasures would still necessitate time. Achieving substantial growth required the consumption of potent treasures, and the more formidable the treasure, the lengthier the process of absorption. At Yuan's level, if he wanted to see any significant growth, he would need more than 2 days. Unfortunately, that was all the time he had. I don't know how much help it'll be, if it'll even be of any help, but I will stay here with you for the next 2 days if you ever have any questions. Princess Maya said, please don't expect me to give you any treasures, okay? I'm already interfering with the tournament by helping you, which could get me in trouble with my father. The most I could do is give you guidance. Yuan smiled. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything unreasonable. And thank you. Princess Maya nodded, and she said, then let's get started. Given the limited time of 2 days, there are only 2 methods I can think of that will provide you with a significant boost in strength. 1. Achieve enlightenment for your current techniques, or 2. Consume treasures and absorb as much as you can in these 2 days. Princess Maya presented the 2 viable options to Yuan. Achieving enlightenment is easier said than done. That's not something you can do just because you need to. Huang Xiao shook her head. I concur that the first method is unreliable and, frankly, nearly impossible. Therefore, we must opt for the second option. Hopefully, you have some treasures on you. Princess Maya glanced at Yuan. I do have a few in mind. He nodded. Is it really okay to consume treasures? Huang Chun suddenly spoke out. We're technically still in the middle of a tournament, after all. Huang Chun was worried that Yuan might break some kind of rule by consuming treasures during the tournament period. It's fine. He's only forbidden from using treasures during his fight. Princess Maya reassured that Yuan's safe, and she turned to look at Yuan before continuing. With that being said, any treasure that you consume and don't finish absorbing before you step on the stage will be erased, so you'll waste anything that you don't finish. Thanks for the heads up. Yuan nodded. Yuan proceeded to take a seat and started to look through all of his spatial rings and storage pouches for any potential treasures he could use to strengthen himself. I have plenty of treasures that will increase my spiritual energy, but since I am bottlenecked at peak Spirit King, it wouldn't make sense to consume any of these, as it would only be a waste of resources. He quickly ignored all of the treasures that would only improve his cultivation and focused solely on those that could boost his bloodline or physique. I could also temper my body, but I don't have anything that will give me any significant boost in 2 days. After a brief pause, Yuan realized something. No, wait a moment. He retrieved a transparent gourd filled with golden liquid that came from the golden celestial tree. Feng told me that its liquid could be used to temper one's body. I didn't use it before because it could have forced me to ascend, but now that I think about it, my cultivation is limited to Spirit King because of my physique, so I shouldn't be able to break through even if I used it. Even if I somehow manage to break through Spirit King and become a Spirit Emperor or Spirit Sovereign, I should be fine because I'm currently inside the stairway to heaven and I already plan on getting to the 4th heaven. What is that liquid? Huang Xiao asked with curiosity written all over her face. Liquid from a golden, celestial tree. Yuan nonchalantly responded. While Huang Xiao didn't react to it, Princess Maya, on the other hand, expressed immense shock. Did you just say liquid from a golden, celestial tree? But there's so much liquid. How old must a golden celestial tree be to yield such a substantial amount? Exclaimed Princess Maya in astonishment. C1334 Tempering in Golden Celestial Trees Liquid. Chapter 1334 Tempering in Golden Celestial Trees Liquid. The most golden celestial tree liquid I have seen is not even a tenth of the amount in your hands, and that was a 300,000-year-old golden celestial tree. Princess Maya said, The golden celestial tree I found was a few million years old, Yuan revealed. A few million years? Are you sure? That would be ridiculous. Princess Maya didn't want to believe it. What is this golden celestial tree? Huang Xiao inquired. Huang Xin responded first. It's a valuable treasure, priceless even, that serves multiple purposes. Its leaves can be used to concoct powerful pills, and it's what can be utilized in crafting spiritual treasures. However, the most valuable resource it offers is the liquid, known to enhance one's talent and physique. Even a few drops of that liquid go for tens of millions of spirit stones. The value of the golden celestial tree also increases with age, added Princess Maya. Most trees don't start growing leaves until they are around 50,000 years old, and they only grow 1 or 2 leaves every 1,000 years. As for the liquid, it only produces a few drops every 10,000 years after they reach 100,000 years old. Wow, Huang Xiao muttered in a dazed voice. Anyways, do you plan on using that liquid to temper your body? You only have 2 days, which might not be enough. Princess Maya asked Yuan a moment later. This is the only thing that might help me at this moment, so I have to use it even if I waste some of it, he sighed. In that case, I won't try to convince you otherwise, as much as it breaks my heart to see such precious resources go to waste. Yuan then asked, Do you know how I use this liquid to temper my body? Do I pour it into water and submerge my body in it? Or do I drink it? You want to drink the golden celestial tree's liquid? Are you insane? That will kill you. Princess Maya exclaimed in a startled manner. Just like any other medicine, you dilute it with water and soak your body in it, she continued. I see. Yuan retrieved his cauldron and filled it with pure water that was produced from a treasure Feng Yuxiang had given him around the same time he started tempering his body. This treasure allowed him to create water that contained 0 impurity as long as he charged it with enough spiritual energy, so he could temper his body no matter where he was located. After filling the cauldron with water, Yuan used his alchemy flames to boil the water. Eventually, Yuan removed the seal on the gourd and began pouring the golden celestial trees liquid into the cauldron, quickly turning the water gold. However, when Princess Maya saw this, her eyes popped out of its sockets, and she screamed in a horrified voice, H. Stop! Stop, stop, stop! Startled by her yelling, Yuan hastily halted his actions. Huh? What's wrong? Yuan looked at her with a puzzled expression, as he was doing exactly what she instructed him to do. You crazy son of a bitch! A few drops of the golden celestial tree's water is more than enough to temper a giant for an entire month. Princess Maya explained the reason for her hysterical reaction. Oh, Yuan looked at the gourd and realized that had already poured 1/3 of its content, which could have tempered a giant for several decades. Ah, what a waste. What a damn waste of resources. Princess Maya sighed, with a throbbing pain in her heart and tears flowing down her face. It's still a little too early to call it wasted, don't you think? Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. A little too early? Please, there's no way you can absorb even 1/10 of this resource in a year, much less 2 days. Princess Maya looked at him with a slight frown. Then I better get started right now. Without waiting another moment, Yuan began to remove his clothes. Why? Huang Xiao's face flushed with redness after seeing this. Princess Maya immediately turned around, her face also burning red. At least give us a warning. Sorry. After entering the cauldron, Yuan immediately started to absorb the golden celestial tree's liquid. It isn't painful at all. Yuan was taken aback when he started tempering his body and felt no pain. Instead, he experienced a peculiar sensation of pleasure, as though every inch of his body was being gently massaged. He had braced himself for excruciating pain, anticipating an intense ordeal given the reputation of the golden celestial tree as a potent treasure, but that expected discomfort never materialized. Omicron soon. A delicate golden light enveloped Yuan's body. If one could peer into the interior of his body, they would witness his veins and bones radiating a resplendent golden glow. What is happening? Princess Maya swallowed nervously when she could see Yuan's aura growing stronger with every passing second. While it wasn't unprecedented for individuals to undergo significant growth in a short amount of time under the influence of heaven-defying treasures, Yuan's case was different. He wasn't consuming any ordinary treasure. Rather, he was tempering his body in the liquid of the golden celestial tree, which would take much longer to show any results compared to consuming treasures. Moreover, the liquid from a golden celestial tree is renowned for being exceedingly challenging to absorb, even when significantly diluted. This is impossible. He's not just tempering his body with a few drops of golden celestial tree liquid, but several cups of it, which should have severely slowed down his absorption rate. But why does it seem like it had sped up his absorption rate instead? Princess Maya's initial shock transformed into sheer terror as she comprehended the magnitude of Yuan's extraordinary undertaking. Meanwhile, Huang, Xiao, Li, and her family had no idea what was occurring before them, and not want to spend all of their time staring at Yuan. They eventually flew towards the bed to rest. Chapter 1335 Tempering in Golden Celestial Trees Liquid 2. Chapter 1335 Tempering in Golden Celestial Trees Liquid 2. As Yuan absorbed more and more of the liquid, he sensed his cultivation reaching its utmost limit. However, just as it seemed poised to break through, it encountered an abrupt halt, as if something were obstructing its progress. The notifications continued spamming for several minutes until it became silent, almost as if it knew that it was doing something pointless. However, while Yuan couldn't break past Spirit King, since he was continuously absorbing the golden celestial tree's liquid, all of the spiritual energy he absorbed had to go somewhere. Within Yuan's dantian, there was a ceaseless attempt to break through and expand, akin to a human futilely trying to kick down an indestructible or unopenable door. When the dantian failed to achieve a breakthrough, all the accumulated spiritual energy would be expelled from it, redirecting to further temper Yuan's body. In a weird twist of fate, his inability to achieve a breakthrough was quite the fortuitous event for his current situation, enabling him to expedite the tempering of his body more rapidly than if he were simultaneously enhancing both his cultivation and physique. What a terrifying rate of progression. He's definitely not human. Princess Maya swallowed nervously, witnessing Yuan's physique undergo a staggering transformation. At the rate Yuan was absorbing the golden celestial tree's liquid, he would, without doubt, finish absorbing all of its power within the 2-day limit. His body isn't just a bottomless pit, it's a limitless black hole that devours anything it touches. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Out of curiosity and boredom, Huang Xiao went to watch Yuan temper his body with Princess Maya, who had been staring at Yuan without blinking even once throughout this entire time. "How's it going?" Huang Xiao asked Princess Maya. However, there was no response from Princess Maya. Huang Xiao turned to look at her. "Are you okay?" Huang Xiao was startled when she saw Princess Maya's expression, who looked like she was being haunted by a ghost. Princess Maya eventually snapped out of her daze to wipe the sweat forming on her forehead. "He's truly a monster. It's only been 24 hours, and he's already absorbed 75% of the treasure," she said. "What? I thought you said, I know what I said, but to be frank, he's not human." I've never witnessed any human, giant, beast, or entity for that matter, possess such monstrous talents, admitted Princess Maya. I knew he was special, but I didn't expect for it to be to such a degree. Do you think he'll defeat his next opponent? Huang Shaoli asked. I don't know what will happen. Princess Maya shook her head. Even after giving him such praises? I'm not saying that he will lose. I simply don't know what to expect, as this is my first time seeing someone temper their body using so much golden celestial trees liquid. Just as Princess Maya finished her sentence, something inexplicable occurred before them. Inside the cauldron, Yuan's body, which had been emanating a shimmering golden light, suddenly intensified. The light became so bright that it overwhelmed the lights in the room and nearly covered the entire room, almost as if the sun had appeared in the room. What is going on? Huang Shaoli exclaimed as she covered her eyes. Then, just as swiftly as the light intensified, it vanished. Upon regaining visibility, the two ladies quickly observed Yuan's condition. When heaven's name, Huang Shaoli subconsciously muttered in a puzzled voice after seeing Yuan, who seemed to be adorned in a semi-transparent golden armor that hadn't been present before. The golden armor encased Yuan's body seamlessly, devoid of any excess space, almost as though it were an integral part of his skin. Do you know what's happening? Huang Shaoli turned to Princess Maya for answers. Meanwhile, Princess Maya had a look of disbelief on her face. After a moment of silence, without providing any further explanation, Princess Maya turned around, soared toward the door, and swiftly exited the room. Her puzzling actions left Huang Shaoli speechless. She turned to look at Yuan again and muttered in a bittersweet voice, "What did you do this time, Yuan?" Meanwhile, after leaving the room, Princess Maya made her way to the treasure room, where her family stored all of its valuable treasures. This room wasn't accessible by anyone other than the giant Emperor Kulas himself, so when Princess Maya showed up, she was quickly blocked by the guards there. "Princess, what are you doing here? Get out of my way." Without giving any explanation, Princess Maya smacked one of the guards, sending him flying. "Princess." The other guard was shocked by her sudden aggression and didn't know how to react. When Princess Maya tried to enter the treasure room, the guards snapped out of their daze and tried to stop her. "What do you think you're doing, Princess? Only His Majesty is allowed to enter the royal treasury. You know this." "Shut up. This is an emergency," Princess Maya shouted, followed by slapping another guard. "Call His Majesty." The guards didn't dare to attack Princess Maya or use too much force against her, since she was giant Emperor Kulas' favorite child, so they could only block her with their bodies and call for help. "Your Majesty, there's been an emergency." Princess Maya suddenly showed up at the royal treasury with the intent of entering. When the guard tried to stop her, she attacked them. A guard relayed this news to giant Emperor Kulas, who was in the middle of something. Giant Emperor Kulas frowned upon hearing this news and sighed inwardly. What is that little brat doing? He stood up and said a moment later, "I understand. I will take a look for myself what she's up to." C1336 Golden Immortal Physique. Chapter 1336 Golden Immortal Physique. Get out of my way, you idiots. I am in a hurry. Princess Maya shouted at the guards as she beat them. However, no matter how much the guards were beaten, they refused to let her enter the royal treasury, sacrificing their bodies to block her. "Please calm down, Princess. If you're troubled, you should speak with your father. I don't have the time for that." Eventually, Princess Maya managed to overpower the guards and reach the door to the royal treasury. Just as she prepared to kick down the door, a calm voice resounded behind her. "What do you think you are doing?" Princess Maya didn't need to look behind to see who was standing behind her and said, "Father, this is an emergency. Please let me enter the royal treasury." Giant Emperor Kulas was taken aback by his daughter's calm demeanor, indicating that she was of sound mind and not acting recklessly. "Then answer this question. What are you trying to acquire from the treasury?" Giant Emperor Kulas asked. Hearing his question, Princess Maya answered without hesitation. I'm going to get the golden droplet. Giant Emperor Kulas frowned upon hearing this, and he continued to inquire, why do you need the golden droplet? I thought I only needed to answer one question. Father? If you keep delaying me, it'll be your fault if the golden immortal physique fails to be born, Princess Maya asserted. The golden immortal physique? The expression on Giant Emperor Kulas' face became filled with shock, as though he was grappling with the incredibility of what he had just heard. Don't tell me Yuan is. Giant Emperor Kulas immediately used his divine sense to find Yuan. Upon seeing Yuan submerged in a cauldron filled with gold-colored water and his body adorned with a semi-transparent golden armor, Giant Emperor Kulas was overcome with excitement, his entire being trembling with awe. Then, without hesitation, Giant Emperor Kulas kicked down the door to the royal treasury, shocking the guards there. Your Majesty, the guards couldn't believe what they were witnessing. I'll do this myself. Giant Emperor Kulas rushed into the treasury before Princess Maya and grabbed a specific bottle resting on a shelf. This bottle contained a solitary drop of golden liquid that appeared to be entirely solid, taking on the form of a tear-shaped drop. Princess Maya smiled after seeing her father's reaction, but she wasn't surprised. After acquiring what he needed, Giant Emperor Kulas rushed out of the treasury and said to the guards as he disappeared toward the direction of Yuan's room, "If anything leaves that treasury, I will have all of your heads." "Why, yes, Your Majesty. Sorry about the trouble." Princess Maya gave them a quick apology before following Giant Emperor Kulas to Yuan's room. Upon reaching their destination, Giant Emperor Kulas entered Yuan's room and shrunk his size to that of a human size. Chapter 1337 Golden Immortal Physique 2. Chapter 1337 Golden Immortal Physique 2. There's a way to discern if someone has a chance to acquire the golden immortal physique. If a semi-transparent golden armor materializes on the individual during their tempering, they possess what's known as an incomplete golden immortal physique. Giant Emperor Kulas continued. To fully attain the golden immortal physique, they must promptly temper in golden immortal's spirit essence, created by combining a golden droplet with the golden celestial tree's liquid. What's a golden droplet? Huang Xiao asked, her expression filled with curiosity. It's a treasure even more valuable than the golden celestial tree's liquid. Possessing heaven-defying properties, it can elevate the grade of any treasure by several levels, said Princess Maya. For example, it can turn a divine-grade treasure into a mythic, even Empyrean-grade treasure. Of course, it can also immensely increase the potency of any medicine-type treasure, like the golden celestial tree's liquid. Wow, this is my first time hearing about such a treasure. How does one even find them? Huang Xiao asked. They can rarely be found in the starry world, left behind by mythical rocks known as golden meteoroids as they soar through the void. Giant Emperor Kulas said, "These golden meteoroids are indestructible and move at a speed that even the fastest cultivators cannot follow. Naturally, they're incredibly rare as well. Only 2 golden droplets have been found in the last 1,000,000 years." After a brief pause, Giant Emperor Kulas spoke in a solemn voice. "Honestly, I once tried to attain the golden immortal physique, which is why I possess the golden droplet. Unfortunately, I have never manifested the golden armor, even after a dozen attempts over the past 500,000 years. And you gave the golden droplet to Yuan despite that? I'm in awe of your generosity," Huang Xiao remarked. "I have already relinquished such a dream. If I cannot attain the golden immortal physique myself, I want at the very least to contend with someone who possesses it. If my rival, Tianyang, can attain the golden immortal physique, I cannot ask for anything better," he responded with a smile. "Do you think he'll finish before the tournament resumes?" Princess Maya suddenly asked, "Is the tournament more important than the golden immortal physique?" "I couldn't care less about the tournament as long as he acquires the golden immortal physique." Giant Emperor Kulas declared. However, I do hope that he manages to finish before the tournament resumes. Giant Emperor Kulas proceeded to take a sit down. You're going to stay here and watch? Princess Maya asked after seeing his action. Of course. Do you think I'd miss the birth of the golden immortal physique? I'd even risk my life to witness such a historical moment, he scoffed. About an hour after Yuan acquired the golden immortal physique, the water in the cauldron, resembling melted gold, began to lose its color, swiftly returning to its diluted texture. 6 hours later, the water had nearly lost all of its color, reverting to its normal appearance of plain water. This monster in human skin. Giant Emperor Kulas sighed inwardly after witnessing Yuan's absorption rate with his own eyes. It would have taken him several decades to absorb such powerful treasure, yet Yuan was able to do it in several hours. Yuan opened his eyes shortly after he finished his body tempering session. Giant Emperor, what are you doing here? Yuan was startled when the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Giant Emperor Kulas glaring at him intently. Giant Emperor Kulas silently smiled for a moment before speaking. How do you feel? Yuan inspected his body and said, a lot stronger. It would be strange if you weren't stronger after absorbing so much treasure. And you even attained the golden immortal physique, exclaimed Giant Emperor Kulas. Golden immortal physique? What's that? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Listen here, Giant Emperor Kulas proceeded to explain the entire situation to him. A physique that can only be forged through body tempering. Yuan had a smile on his face after realizing his achievement. Wait, does this mean that I currently possess 2 different physiques? Is that even possible? It's exceedingly rare, but it's definitely possible. Giant Emperor Kulas stood up, patted his robes, and continued. Anyways, the tournament will resume soon. Show me what the golden immortal physique can do, or it'll personally skin you alive for wasting my resources. Yuan smiled. Thank you for the golden droplet. Giant Emperor Kulas causally waved his arm and left the room shortly after. Princess Maya decided to stay for a little longer. Even though I said that I wouldn't give you any treasures, I ended up betraying my own words. With that being said, I do not regret it at all. As a body refiner, I cannot imagine anything more honorable than being involved in the birth of the legendary golden immortal physique. I'm looking forward to your next match. Princess Maya left the room shortly after. You should get some rest. I'm also going to get some sleep, Huang said to him before flying to the bed. Sometime later, Yuan tossed the cauldron back into his spatial ring and got dressed. Even if I want to get some rest, there's too much energy in my body to sleep. Yuan felt a strong urge to unleash the energy inside his body, but he refrained from doing so, not wanting to waste any energy before the tournament resumed. Instead, he looked at his character status to see what the golden immortal physique did to his body. Name, Yuan Cultivation, 9th level Spirit King Bloodline, Immortal Monarch Bloodline Physique, Heaven Refining Physique, Golden Immortal Physique Physical Strength. Mental Strength? Soul Strength. Physical Defense. Mental Defense. Title: Golden Immortal Physique. Description: increases your physical strength by, and physical defense by. Yuan's eyes widened when he observed the effects of the golden immortal physique. In his experience, the presence of a question mark suggested that the number was larger than what the system could handle. However, even without the system's help, he could vaguely tell how much stronger he was compared to previously. C1338 Supreme Physiques. Chapter 1338 Supreme Physiques, Golden Immortal Physique. This is my first time hearing about it, she merely muttered in a somewhat dazed voice after witnessing Yuan's situation. Xiao then said, I have heard about it from my father before. In the 9 heavens, 3 supreme physiques reign supreme, each standing resolutely at the pinnacle of its own category. Brother Yuan's golden immortal physique is the supreme physique for body refiners who temper their body. Then there's the harmonic spirit constitution, which is known as the supreme physique for cultivation. As for the third supreme physique, I wasn't told about it, so I don't know anything about it. Is the harmonic spirit constitution created like the golden immortal physique? Or can one be born with it? She merely inquired. Xiao shook her head, saying, I don't know. Information about the supreme physiques is extremely scarce due to their rarity, and even those who possess such knowledge prefer to keep it to themselves. That makes sense. She merely turned to look at Yuan and sighed. He's taken another massive leap in prowess. Makes me wonder when he'll slow down, if that is even possible. Unbeknownst to everyone there, this was just the beginning of Yuan's true ascension to the peak of the world. Meanwhile, Yuan was still unaware of the changes currently occurring within his body, that the heaven-refining physique and the golden immortal physique were slowly fusing together. A few hours later, Princess Maya returned to the room to notify Yuan that the tournament would resume shortly. Yuan and the Huang family made their way back to the tournament area while Princess Maya sat in the royal family's seating area. Junior sister Maya, I've been hearing a weird rumor lately, that you've taken interest in Human. Princess Maya turned to look at the handsome man sitting right beside her and responded, And what are you doing here, senior brother Hellak? I thought I was the only one who was interested in the tournament. Indeed, you were the only one interested, at least until I heard that a mere human had managed to best Royal Guard Baysar, my personal guard. Princess Maya smiled. So you've also taken an interest in a human, is what you were telling me. This handsome man with a tan body was Prince Hellak, one of Princess Maya's older brothers. Huh, that's a great joke. As if I would ever be interested in a mere human. I just want to see for myself what kind of pathetic trick this human has up his sleeve. There's no way a mere human could defeat a royal guard in a fair match. Prince Hellak scoffed. Have you forgotten the fact that father's rival is also a human? That human is the very same one who defeated Royal Guard Baysar. Princess Maya reminded him. Father is getting old. He's not as sharp as he used to be. Oh, who is getting old now? Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly approached him from behind. Father. Prince Hellak felt his heart skip a beat when he sensed Giant Emperor Kulas' cold gaze on him. Fortunately for Prince Hellak, Giant Emperor Kulas didn't say anything else and silently took his seat. When the judge noticed Giant Emperor Kulas' presence, he announced, The tournament will resume shortly. A few minutes later, the judge shouted out loud, 7th match, Royal General Ozer and Tianyang. Hearing his name, Yuan immediately jumped onto the stage and patiently waited for his opponent. A few moments later, a human-sized figure strolled onto the stage with a calm demeanor. An old man? Yuan raised his eyebrows upon seeing his opponent. Not only did this person appear to be human, but he also looked like an ordinary frail old man. However, Yuan wasn't deceived by the old man's frail appearance. Despite his aged look, the man not only boasted the impressive cultivation of an 8th-level divine warrior, but also exuded a palpable sense of confidence from every pore of his body. It's the commander of the Royal Guards, Royal General Ozer. I thought head retired. Why is he participating in this tournament? The audience was greatly surprised by this old man's appearance. Ha! I cannot believe it. His luck must be dog's hit to be paired with the strongest guard on the continent. Prince Hellak burst out laughing. Not only was Royal General Ozer the strongest guard on the continent, but he used to work directly under Giant Emperor Kulas, being his right-hand man. Only someone of General Ozer's caliber could bring out the golden immortal physique's prowess. Giant Emperor Kulas smiled inwardly. Ever since I've heard about you, I've always wondered what kind of man could be worthy of being His Majesty's rival, General Ozer suddenly remarked. Oh, what do you think now that you're standing before him? Yuan asked. Royal General Ozer shook his head and sighed. I don't want to sound arrogant, but it is a bit disappointing. While you are definitely talented in your own right, you do not qualify to be His Majesty's rival. That's quite harsh, even though we've yet to exchange fists. I have seen everything I need to during your match with that brat Royal Guard Baysar. Unfortunately, You won't be able to endure even 3 punches from me. That was 2 days ago. A lot can happen in 2 days, you know. Not only are you unworthy, but you are also arrogant. Today, I shall help His Majesty realize that he was mistaken about you." In the ensuing moment, the seemingly delicate frame of Royal General Ozer underwent a profound metamorphosis. His slender limbs swelled, pulsating with bulging veins and burgeoning muscles, transcending his diminutive stature into a truly formidable and monstrous presence. Despite the overwhelming presence standing before him, Yuan remained oddly nonchalant. 3 punches, right? I won't move a muscle until you throw 3 punches at me, Yuan declared with a calm smile on his face. His intention wasn't mere arrogance. Rather, he aimed to test the limits of his newfound strength. C1339 Royal General. Chapter 1339 Royal General. You arrogant human. I will make you regret overestimating yourself. I want to eat more than a single punch to kill a bastard like you. Royal General Ozer immediately threw a punch without hesitation, his fist hurtling toward Yuan's face with overwhelming force, bending the space around his fist. Yuan remained true to his words, not moving a single muscle on his body despite the threatening scene unfolding before him. What is that dumbass doing? Is he begging to be killed? Does he really think he can endure 3 punches from Royal General Ozer? What utter clown! Exclaimed a spectator in disbelief. Royal General Ozer's fist reached Yuan's face in the blink of an eye, and the spectators anticipated seeing Yuan losing his head in the next instant. The entire stage quivered at the moment of impact, and a powerful gust threatening to blow the audience off their feet swept the scene. However, in the wake of the destructive aftermath, a profound sense of puzzlement etched itself onto the faces of the audience as they beheld the unfolding scene on the stage. Yuan did not move an inch from his spot, and Royal General Ozer stood before him with his fist still firmly planted on his face, leaving the audience to wonder if Royal General Ozer had halted his punch right before the attack struck Yuan. However, judging by Royal General Ozer's shocked expression and the fact that his fist was actually touching Yuan's face, it was hard to believe that Yuan remained unscathed, even if Royal General Ozer had pulled back his punch at the very last second. What transpired just now? Why did the general cease his punch? Did he really halt his strike? His fist is resolutely pressed against that human's face. Are we to believe that the human withstood the Royal General's fist and maintained an unmoved stance after the impact? Impossible. As the audience engaged in speculative murmurs, Royal General Ozer found himself paralyzed by the shocking outcome, as if grappling with profound disbelief, struggling to reconcile the events before him were real. What's going on? Why do my fists hurt? Why am I the one in pain? Striking Yuan brought back memories of his younger days when he had punched a wall out of anger, only to end up hurting himself in the process. However, he was no longer that weak child. He was the royal general of the royal family, one of the strongest warriors in the entire continent. Royal General Ozer eventually lowered his fist, revealing a smear of blood on Yuan's face. Of course, the blood did not belong to Yuan. Royal General Ozer had delivered such a powerful punch to Yuan that his own fist began to bleed, yet appeared to have no discernible effect on Yuan, as evidenced by Yuan's unscathed condition and nonchalant demeanor. Princess Maya was rendered speechless, as was Giant Emperor Kulas. While both were aware of Yuan's possession of the golden immortal physique, they did not anticipate him emerging unscathed after directly facing Royal General Ozer's powerful punch. As for Prince Hellak, he firmly believed that Yuan had used some trick to block the attack. "That's one punch," Yuan said a moment later. Despite his calm voice, he was actually quite shocked inwardly at the outcome. The attack, just now, was at least 10 times stronger than Royal Guard Bar's strongest attack, yet I've managed to block it only using my bare body and without any treasures or techniques. Ha ha ha! Royal General Ozer suddenly burst out laughing, dumbfounding everyone there. It appears that I have underestimated you a little bit too much and used too little strength. Good. Very good. Let's see if you can withstand the next strike. Royal General Ozer claimed that he had gone easy on Yuan just now, but he knew very well that Head used 70% of his strength during that attack. Fuck. I have embarrassed myself before His Majesty. I must reclaim my face and kill this bastard with my next strike. Thinking this, Royal General Ozer began to gather his strength, taking his time to charge up his next attack, unlike the first strike. A few moments later, Royal General Ozer tossed out a punch that was even more devastating than the previous, aimed directly at Yuan's heart. Die, you unworthy human brat. Royal General Ozer cursed inwardly as he unleashed his fully powered fist, driving it into Yuan's chest. The stage beneath Yuan's feet cracked upon impact, resonating with a sound reminiscent of a war drum that echoed profoundly in the ears of the audience. This is impossible. What are we witnessing right now? The audience muttered in a dazed manner as they stared at the stage. Just like the previous strike, Royal General Ozer was unable to move Yuan from his spot, much less inflict any damage on him. By now, the audience had to accept the undeniable truth that Yuan had managed to endure 2 of Royal General Ozer's strikes, emerging completely unscathed. Royal General Ozer's second punch had enough power to completely obliterate a peak divine warrior with ease, yet wasn't able to damage Yuan in the slightest. And no, this can't be happening. Royal General Ozer began walking backward, a terrified expression on his face. He had never experienced such helplessness before, not even when he was surrounded by enemies in the heat of battle. I will not accept this. I refuse to acknowledge your existence. Royal General Ozer suddenly roared in a fit of rage before charging at Yuan once more, his entire being overflowing with spiritual energy. Stop! What do you think you are doing? The judge shouted in a panicked manner when he realized what Royal General Ozer was trying to do. He's going to use a martial technique. Princess Maya stood up from her seat with a worried look on her face. Even if she wanted to help Yuan, she wouldn't be able to reach them in time. Finally, a real test. Despite his predicament, Yuan managed to put a smile on his face, even welcoming Royal General Ozer with open arms, a gesture that only further enraged the broken warrior. C1340 Prince Hellak. Chapter 1340 Prince Hellak, a pulsating purple aura, vibrant and ominous, shrouded Royal General Ozer's fists as he prepared to unleash a dual onslaught, hurling both fists simultaneously toward Yuan with immense killing intent. Spirit-forged Pulse Strike. Upon the impact of Royal General Ozer's strike, Yuan sensed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupting within his body, as if it were threatening to detonate him from the inside. Yet, this intense sensation swiftly receded, and Yuan became aware of an enigmatic force within him actively quelling the chaotic energy, preventing any harm or upheaval. Progress. 1%. Yuan arched an eyebrow in surprise as a progress bar materialized before him. Having missed the initial notification during his body tempering, he was unaware that his physiques were currently in the process of merging. Nevertheless, he could discern that something profound was transpiring within his body. How are you still standing? Why are you still alive after being struck by my spirit-forged pulse strike? Royal General Ozer stammered in bewilderment. As Yuan observed Royal General Ozer, he could discern a mixture of terror and confusion etched across his face. How? I'm not so sure myself. Maybe it has something to do with you being a little too weak. Yuan responded with a calm smile. How dare you? Have you not had enough yet, Ozer? Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly spoke, instantly silencing the entire place. Why, Your Majesty? Royal General Ozer had a devastated expression when he saw the look of disdain Giant Emperor Kulas was giving him. You have disgraced yourself today, Ozer. Not only did you break the tournament's rules, but you also tarnished your legacy with your ugly display. My disappointment is immeasurable. Royal General Ozer fell to his knees and began shedding tears the next moment. He wanted to beg for forgiveness, but he didn't have the courage to even respond. Giant Emperor Kulas looked at Yuan and spoke. Since your opponent broke the rule and used a martial technique, he will automatically be disqualified, so this match is your win. However, I doubt you will be satisfied with this result. Sure enough, he felt a twinge of disappointment that the match concluded without him being able to throw a single punch. What do you have in mind? Yuan asked. Giant Emperor Kulas' gaze suddenly shifted towards the man sitting beside him, and he spoke with a profound smile on his face. How about a match with my oldest son? Of course, this match won't affect the tournament whether you win or lose. What? Prince Hellak exclaimed in a shocked voice. Princess Maya chuckled and said out loud, I believe that's a splendid notion, father. Elder brother, since you harbor doubts about his strength, there's no better way to dispel them than experiencing it firsthand. All right, I'll fight him. Yuan quickly agreed to the match. This bitch. Prince Hellak cursed inwardly after being tossed under the bus by Princess Maya. Hellak, get on the stage. Giant Emperor Kulas spoke in a commanding tone. But father, I am a prince and the eldest in the family. How can I possibly stand on the same stage as a human? Giant Emperor Kulas smiled innocently and said, the stage doesn't care about your status or birthright. It only recognizes strength. Besides, it's a friendly match and won't affect your standing as a prince. But Giant Emperor Kulas abruptly released some of his aura, immediately silencing Prince Hellak. Elder brother, are you, by any chance, afraid of losing to him, a mere human? Princess Maya poked him where it hurt the most, his pride. Sure enough, when Prince Hellak heard such words, he clenched his jaw and leaped from the lofty perch of the spectators to the arena below, proving Princess Maya's provocation effective. I will make you regret looking down on royalty. Prince Hellak muttered in a cold voice. Yuan tilted his head and asked, how did you come to that conclusion? Prince Hellak proclaimed, the audacity to challenge me implies a disdainful gaze upon my stature. But it was your father who suggested this match. I merely agreed to it. Shut your mouth. That doesn't change anything. Yuan smiled and looked at Giant Emperor Kulas. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Speak. Giant Emperor Kulas responded with a curious gaze. I ask that my opponent be allowed to employ martial techniques. If the outcome of this match holds no bearing on the tournament, we need not be bound by its regulations. You? Prince Hellak had a dumbfounded look on his face after hearing Yuan's suggestion. Your words imply that only your opponent will be using martial techniques? Or am I reading too much into it? Giant Emperor Kulas inquired. No, you are correct. I will not be using any martial techniques. How dare you? Prince Hellak's face flushed with redness after hearing this. While we are at it, I won't mind if he uses weapons, either. Yuan continued to speak, shocking the audience, as they had never seen such blatant disrespect towards Prince Hellak before. You've gone too far, you weak maggot. Prince Hellak released a beastly roar before charging at Yuan with a demon-like face. This guy's a 9th-level divine warrior. Yuan confronted Prince Hellak with a wide smile on his face. You'll be my warm-up before I face your father. Since when did humans learn how to bark so loud? Allow me to shut your mouth for eternity. Yuan and Prince Hellak immediately began exchanging fists with each other. What a heavy punch. Prince Hellak cried inwardly after blocking Yuan's punch for the first time. It was just an ordinary punch, yet Prince Hellak could feel his muscles screaming in pain and his bones cracking. Meanwhile, Yuan blocked all of Prince Hellak's strikes without any issues. Are my eyes deceiving me? That human is actually on par with His Highness, Prince Hellak. Shortly after their match commenced, the audience erupted in excitement with almost all of them cheering for Prince Hellak. Get him, Your Highness. Show the human the power of the giant race. The audience, under the impression that the two fighters were evenly matched, cheered for Prince Hellak, unaware that he was actually struggling to block Yuan's overwhelming strength. C1341 Golden Immortal Physiques Prowess. Chapter 1341 Golden Immortal Physiques Prowess. It only took a few exchanges for Prince Hellak to realize the immense difference between him and Yuan, who was clearly playing with him. Damn it, where's his strength coming from? Prince Hellak cried inwardly. Each of Yuan's strikes possessed enough force to obliterate an entire mountain, and his bonus durability was just as impressive as his strength, if not even more terrifying. Faced with an opponent whose attacks he couldn't block and whose defenses he couldn't penetrate, Prince Hellak had no choice but to rely on his innate physique and the royal bloodline that flowed through his veins, swallowing his pride in the process. Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Prince Hellak activated the Great Mammoth Body Refinement that brought Giant Emperor Kulas to his position as Emperor of Giants. The next instant, Prince Hellak sensed an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being, giving him this feeling of invincibility. Externally, Prince Hellak's appearance remained largely unchanged. However, for those with a discerning eye, subtle signs revealed that his muscles were becoming more taut while maintaining their size. Empowered by this technique, Prince Hellak's strength and defense surged to a level at least 20 times greater than his original capabilities. Allow me to show you the power of my royal families. Before Prince Hellak could complete his sentence, Yuan's fist suddenly collided with his stomach, contorting Prince Hellak's face in agony before sending him to the edge of the stage the next moment. Ugh! Prince Hellak, after steadying himself, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The area where Yuan had struck still throbbed with intense pain. Sorry, did you just say something? Yuan pretended as though he didn't hear anything. Prince Hellak glared at Yuan with a look of disbelief on his face. Impossible. I am currently empowered by the Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Why is he still overpowering me to such a ridiculous degree? He couldn't comprehend the reason for their disparity, as it made no sense. Meanwhile, Princess Maya and Giant Emperor Kulas held a serious expression on their faces as they witnessed Yuan's growth. Since it's one of the most powerful physiques in existence, I expected the Golden Immortal Physique to be overwhelming, but I could have never predicted that it would be to such a terrifying degree. As Giant Emperor Kulas witnessed Yuan wield the overwhelming power of the Golden Immortal Physique, he couldn't help but be consumed by a profound sense of envy, realizing that he had failed to attain such power. It's hard to believe that he was on par with Royal Guard Basar just 2 days ago. After attaining the Golden Immortal Physique, he's able to toy with elder brother Hellak, who is easily 100 times stronger than Royal Guard Basar. Princess Maya found herself caught between excitement and terror as she contemplated the immense potential of Yuan's future. No way. That human is actually winning against His Highness? The audience became silent after Yuan blew away Prince Hellak, and they all held their breaths as they waited to see Prince Hellak's response. After wiping the blood from his mouth, Prince Hellak stood up and stared at Yuan with a serious expression. You're really something. I'm starting to understand why my father is so obsessed with you. Prince Hellak sighed, his words carrying a profound acknowledgement of Yuan's exceptional prowess. With that being said, I refuse to lose to you. Prince Hellak closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they flickered with determination and resolution. I will now fight you with everything I've got, martial techniques and all. You can use a weapon too, Yuan said. My fists are my weapons. Understandable. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Prince Hellak's entire being gushed with a black aura, and he exuded an overwhelming presence that forced the audience to back away from the stage. Dragon-slaying stance. Prince Hellak stood in a stance that resembled karate. The next instant, Prince Hellak moved so fast that it looked like head disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of Yuan. Dragon-slaying stance, beheading. Prince Hellak swung his arm in a chopping motion, aimed at Yuan's neck. Seeing this, Yuan quickly raised his arm to block the incoming attack. Sha! As Yuan successfully intercepted the attack, the force behind it still pushed him backward. A tingling sensation lingered momentarily in the area where he had defended swiftly fading away. What a deadly technique. Yuan thought to himself. If he hadn't acquired the golden immortal physique, that attack would have slashed his body in half with ease. In fact, even a peak divine master would suffer fatal injuries if they took it head-on. As for Prince Hellak, his bones broke into several pieces after the strike, but he ignored the pain and used his cultivation to quickly restore it. Mammoth slaying stance. Prince Hellak suddenly changed his stance. After a brief pause, he jumped into the air and spun a few times in the air before dropping back down with immense force, using his legs to attack this time. Mammoth slaying stance, pulverize. Yuan, in a display of determination, opted not to evade the impending strike. Instead, he boldly raised his arms above his head, standing steadfast as he awaited the oncoming assault. Boom! When Prince Hellak's strike connected, the force was so potent that it fractured the entire stage, leaving visible cracks that extended across the surface. The region directly beneath Yuan bore the brunt of the impact, forming a crater-shaped depression. As for the person who took in most of the impact, Yuan finally received some substantial damage to his arm. However, the injuries amounted to little more than a few broken bones, which healed in the blink of an eye. Progress, 2%. Prince Hellak immediately retreated after the attack, his face filled with bewilderment after seeing Yuan's seemingly unscathed condition. "Are you serious?" he muttered in a dazed voice. C1342 Fighting Giant Emperor Kulas. Chapter 1342 Fighting Giant Emperor Kulas. There's no way he's unscathed after that. Prince Hellak's body broke out in cold sweat. Head just used his strongest martial technique and poured all of his strength into that strike, which was strong enough to completely pulverize a peak divine master. Despite that, Yuan, who was only a mere spirit king, remained unharmed after taking the attack head-on. How the fuck am I supposed to defeat a monster like him? Prince Hellak could no longer see his path to victory. Should I forfeit? The thought of surrendering suddenly appeared in his mind. Did I just think about surrendering? Me, the prince, to a human? When he realized what had just done, an immense sense of shame collapsed on him like a tsunami. His face became enraged with all that anger pointed at himself. I will fight until my last breath. With a beastly howl and red eyes that seemed to reflect madness, Prince Hellak charged at Yuan with relentless ferocity. What happened to him? Yuan was puzzled by Prince Hellak's behavior, but it made countering his attacks much easier. How embarrassing. Princess Maya shook her head at Prince Hellak's display. Looks like the fight will end earlier than ID anticipated. Giant Emperor Kulas sighed. Sure enough, Yuan did not enjoy fighting Prince Hellak in his current condition. In the end, Yuan, not wanting to prolong the fight, delivered a powerful punch to Prince Hellak's chest, sending him flying out of the stage and into the crowd. As Prince Hellak's body soared towards them, the audience tried to catch him, but the tremendous force sent both him and the people attempting to assist him flying. Winner, Tianyang. The judge announced in a dazed manner. Wait, I am not. Prince Hellak extended his hand in a grasping motion at Yuan, but he lost consciousness the very next second. After witnessing Yuan's extraordinary display of power, Giant Emperor Kulas couldn't contain his amusement and burst into hearty laughter. Not bad at all. He clapped his hands and applauded. Following his laughter, Giant Emperor Kulas leaped from his seat, making a grand entrance as he landed on the stage, resulting in the entire platform crumbling beneath his colossal presence. Giant Emperor Kulas, his eyes blazing with excitement, declared, "Originally, I planned to wait until the end of the tournament, but my desire to battle has overwhelmed me. Fight me now, Tianyang." Ding. What? Has the trial just started? What about my previous fights? Were they really just warm-ups? Yuan was left speechless after seeing the notification. However, since it led him to acquire the golden immortal physique, he didn't complain about it. Why not? Let's fight, he said with a smile. Giant Emperor Kulas suggested. Let's relocate to a more suitable arena for our fight. With a snap of his fingers, the scenery transformed into a vast open field surrounded by towering mountains. All spectators were relocated to the mountaintops, ensuring an unobstructed view of their battle. Since you had to fight 2 consecutive matches before this one, do you need a moment to restore your energy? Giant Emperor Kulas asked. Thank you for your consideration, but I barely used any energy for those fights, so I don't need any rest. Yuan shook his head, a confident smile playing on his lips. However, Giant Emperor Kulas didn't accept his answer and tossed a pill at him. I insist. After all, I don't want to hear any excuses after I defeat you. Yuan caught the pill and shrugged. If you say so. He immediately felt refreshed after consuming the pill, but it didn't restore any energy to him since he was already at peak capacity. After seeing Yuan consume the pill, Giant Emperor Kulas shrunk his size to that of a human size. Are you going easy on me? Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. I am not naive enough to underestimate you. Merely diminishing my physical stature does not equate to a decline in my strength. Being big, though advantageous in certain aspects, does not inherently enhance our power. It's mostly a symbol of our race as giants. Would you prefer me to expand to such colossal proportions that I could effortlessly crush you beneath a single foot? That would hardly be entertaining, though, said Giant Emperor Kulas. Yuan could imagine Giant Emperor Kulas stepping on him like an ant. It would also be a nightmare to fight against such a colossal figure. Yuan eventually conceded that engaging in a battle of similar statures would be for the best. Giant Emperor Kulas seized a rock from the ground and proclaimed, I shall cast this rock into the heavens. The commencement of our battle shall be marked by the moment this rock descends and touches the earth. With a mere flick of his finger, Giant Emperor Kulas propelled the rock into the sky, where it swiftly vanished beyond the clouds in the blink of an eye. In anticipation of the rock's descent, the world fell silent and seemed to shrink, leaving only Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas in a suspended moment, as if they were the sole inhabitants of existence. A few moments later, the rock emerged from the clouds, hurtling towards the earth with the velocity of a miniature meteor. Thud! The very moment the rock made contact with the ground, the figures of both Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas vanished into thin air, only to reappear instantaneously directly before each other, and their fists were already in the midst of a punching motion. Dong! As their fists collided, a resounding impact echoed through the air, accompanied by visible cracks that seemed to fracture the space around their fists. It was as if the sheer force of their punches had reached such an extraordinary magnitude that it shattered the very fabric of space itself. With their fists still in contact, Giant Emperor Kulas let out a thunderous roar, a wide smile gracing his face. I have waited thousands of years for this moment. Tianyang. Chapter 1343, Fighting Giant Emperor Kulas 2. Chapter 1343, Fighting Giant Emperor Kulas 2. Amid their clash, neither Yuan nor Giant Emperor Kulas yielded an inch, suggesting that they were of equal strength. The spectators were rendered speechless, overcome with awe at the sight unfolding before them. In their eyes, Giant Emperor Kulas stood as an unparalleled force, making the sight of a mere human successfully blocking his fist and maintaining an unwavering stance seem an impossible feat following a momentary pause in their clash. As if both were contemplating and gauging each other's strength, Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas simultaneously unleashed another punch, resuming the intense battle between their formidable forces. One after another, they kept throwing punches, not pausing even when their fists were blocked. The battle continued relentlessly, with cracks in the air getting bigger after each clash. In just a minute, they exchanged over 100 strikes, leaving the area around them utterly devastated. Despite the apparent profundity of their clash, both refrained from employing any techniques, relying solely on the prowess of their bare bodies and raw strength. The velocity of their punches escalated, rendering it increasingly challenging to intercept. Inevitably, they abandoned the attempt to block each other's fists and transitioned to a direct exchange of body blows. As expected of the Emperor of Giants, his punches are lethal. It's akin to a jackhammer relentlessly attempting to create holes in my body, even with my golden immortal physique. Yuan could feel sharp pain throughout his body every time Giant Emperor Kulas landed a punch on his body. Yet, Giant Emperor Kulas found himself in no better condition than Yuan. When was the last time I felt such pain? This is exhilarating. He chuckled inwardly, embracing the intense sensation with a twisted sense of delight. They continued pummeling each other for the ensuing 5 minutes until Giant Emperor Kulas spoke. "Shall we bring this up a notch?" I couldn't ask for more. Yuan grinned. Golden Mountain body refinement. Great Mammoth body refinement. Having enhanced their bodies with a body refinement technique, Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas propelled the prowess of their attacks to unprecedented levels. Their punches now possessed a potency capable of shaking the very foundations of the entire world. Ha ha ha! This is magnificent. This is exactly what I've been yearning for. Giant Emperor Kulas laughed, as if caught in a frenzy of exhilaration. Yuan, too, wore a broad smile on his face as he confronted his most formidable opponent to date. Are my eyes deceiving me? That human cultivator, who is only a spirit king, is exchanging blows with Giant Emperor Kulas, who is at the 3rd level Divine Master. He's not just exchanging blows, he's fighting with his bare hands against the Emperor of Giants, who is recognized as the strongest entity on the continent. The audience didn't want to believe their eyes, even though they were witnessing it firsthand. In the blink of an eye, half an hour has passed since Yuan began his brawl with Giant Emperor Kulas. Not enough. This is not nearly enough to satisfy me. Tianyang. Let's stop holding back and start fighting as if our lives depended on it, just like old times. Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly surged with a tyrannical aura that could be felt even by the spectators hundreds of miles away. Witnessing this transformation in Giant Emperor Kulas, Yuan could no longer afford to hold back. He activated his dragon transformation, propelling his prowess to ascend towards the heavens with an unprecedented surge. Giant Emperor Kulas broke out in cold sweat after sensing Yuan's tyrannical aura. Ah, that overwhelming presence, this feeling of helplessness. You haven't changed since the first day we met, Tianyang. Giant Emperor Kulas held a nostalgic expression on his face. And just like in the past, I shall use all of my strength to fight you. Giant Emperor Kulas raised his head and unleashed a colossal howl towards the heavens, its force alone splitting the clouds asunder. In the blink of an eye, a semi-transparent golden armor materialized on Giant Emperor Kulas, reminiscent of the golden armor that enveloped Yuan during his tempering in the liquid of the golden celestial tree. I may have failed to attain the golden immortal physique, but I managed to acquire the incomplete golden immortal physique. While it's nowhere near as powerful as the real deal, it still boasts tremendous power. Giant Emperor Kulas revealed his trump card. Here I come, Tianyang. Come, Giant Emperor Kulas. Yuan greeted him with an excited grin, ready to face the heightened challenge with enthusiasm. Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas vanished into thin air the very next instant. The audience expected their reappearance when they inevitably clashed with each other, but that didn't happen. Instead, massive craters suddenly marred the ground, accompanied by a thunderous noise and the emergence of substantial cracks in the air, almost as if they were fighting in another dimension. What is happening? Why can't I see them? They're moving so fast that we cannot perceive them with our bare eyes, without using any movement techniques. Is that even possible? It is when your raw strength surpasses common sense. Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas remained concealed from the spectators for the next several minutes, building anticipation, until suddenly, gah! A pained cry reverberated, followed by the reappearance of giant Emperor Kulas' figure. Yet he looked entirely different from when the spectators last witnessed him. His once imposing appearance was now disheveled, and his bloodied body bore numerous fist-sized dents, looking like head just returned from a horrendous torture section. Yuan, too, materialized shortly afterward. Despite appearing a bit roughed up, he was in a significantly better state, presenting a striking contrast to the brutally battered form of giant Emperor Kulas. Giant Emperor Kulas coughed out a mouthful of blood and wiped his bloodied lips with a smile on his face as he glared at Yuan. "This match is your victory, Tianyang." Dead silence settled over the audience as they absorbed giant Emperor Kulas' declaration of defeat. After a moment of stunned silence, an eruption of shock and disbelief echoed through the air. His Majesty lost to a mere human? That's not possible. I must be dreaming. Unsurprisingly, the audience responded with denial. The notion of giant Emperor Kulas losing seemed inconceivable, a scenario that could never manifest even in their wildest dreams. Yet, such a scenario had occurred, and it happened right before their very eyes. C1344 Defeating Giant Emperor Kulas. Chapter 1344 Defeating Giant Emperor Kulas. Yuan ignored the notifications and approached Giant Emperor Kulas. "That was an exceptional battle, Giant Emperor. Thanks to you, I now have a clear understanding of my current strength." Yuan extended his hand, offering a handshake with a sincere smile on his face. Giant Emperor Kulas gripped Yuan's hand firmly and expressed, "I had hoped to finally defeat you this time, but alas." Even though he played a significant role in aiding Yuan's achievement of the golden immortal physique, the primary factor in his victory, Giant Emperor Kulas held no regrets and would even do it again if he went back in time. "I look forward to the wedding." Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly uttered some puzzling words. "Huh?" Yuan had a dumbfounded look on his face. "You defeated me, so it's only natural that you'll be marrying my daughter. It was part of the tournament's reward, too." Giant Emperor Kulas explained shamelessly. "That's—" Yuan didn't know how to respond to such words. "Ha! I am joking. Here is your real reward." Giant Emperor Kulas retrieved a glowing orb of light from his body and offered it to Yuan. "Thank you." Yuan accepted the orb of light with a calm demeanor, as this wasn't his first or second time receiving such a reward. The moment he touched the orb of light, it flew into his body, merging with his soul. Memories immediately began flashing inside his head. Yuan quickly sat down and began meditating to absorb the memories. Giant Emperor Kulas silently sat in front of Yuan and stared at him with a profound gaze. Sometime later, Yuan opened his eyes, which had been flowing with tears for a while now. That's the real history of events on Giant's continent, Tianyang. Giant Emperor Kulas spoke in a solemn tone. "But it can't be." Yuan was on the verge of a breakdown after remembering what had truly experienced on Giant's continent. Though he had been aware that the events depicted by the stairway to heaven were not true, he never anticipated the stark contrast between its narrative and the actual reality. What you experienced in the trial isn't a recounting of real events. It's a manifestation of what Tianyang wished had transpired instead. Giant Emperor Kulas sighed, confirming his thoughts. Yuan went silent, unsure of how he should respond. What transpired in the past is behind us. There's no merit in dwelling on those events now, much less beating yourself over it. Giant Emperor Kulas advised as he stood back on his feet. "I'm sorry," Yuan uttered in a low voice. "Don't be. I'm grateful for the opportunity to engage in battle with you once more, even if I am but a mere construct of the past," reassured Giant Emperor Kulas with a sense of gratitude. "I'll see you later, my rival and my good friend," uttered Giant Emperor Kulas as his figure gradually faded into thin air. Soon, Yuan found himself back in the stairway to heaven. "Congratulations on completing the first trial, Master." Despite my efforts to heighten the difficulty, you navigated through it with remarkable ease. I am truly in awe, commended Tian'er. Would you like to start the next trial immediately? You have 6 hours to recover your energy before the next trial begins. I will take a break. Yuan responded in a low voice. I understand. Omicron and wait, can you do something for me? As long as it doesn't break any rules. She nodded. Meanwhile, inside the spectators' room, Meili and the others were still trying to calm down after witnessing Yuan's trial. His fight with the giant emperor was extraordinary. Even I had trouble keeping up with her speed. Meili sighed with a clear sense of admiration in her tone. I couldn't see anything. Chu Liuxiang sighed in a dejected manner. I didn't see anything either. Xiao tried to comfort her. Yuan's gotten a lot stronger. I cannot wait to fight him again. Li Jinxi muttered. I wonder why Brother Yuan cried at the end. Xiao Hua suddenly said. I have never seen him like that before either. Xiao shook her head. I have. Everyone in the room turned to look at Chu Liuxiang, who had just spoken. This incident occurred during our time in the orphanage. Yuan had formed a close bond with a stray dog that frequently visited us. However, after several weeks of companionship, the dog abruptly ceased to appear. It was later discovered that the dog had been struck by a car. When Yuan learned of the dog's demise, he wept in a manner reminiscent of what you just witnessed, Chu Liuxiang narrated, recounting a poignant memory from their past. These trials help him regain his memories of the past, right? He has likely recollected the loss of someone dear to him, she sighed. Shortly after the room became silent, Tian'er appeared before them and said, Which one of you is Chu Liuxiang? That would be me. Chu Liuxiang raised her hand. Without offering any additional explanation, Tian'er flicked her sleeves, causing Chu Liuxiang to vanish from the room. The next moment, Chu Lixuiyang found herself standing before Yuan. Yuan? She subconsciously called for him. Yuan remained silent, and without uttering a word, he suddenly enveloped Chu Liuxiang in a tight embrace. His puzzling actions startled her. I'm sorry. I promised to protect you, and I couldn't keep that promise. Yuan whispered in a sorrowful voice, expressing regret and vulnerability. Chu Liuxiang found herself rendered speechless by his actions, but she refrained from saying anything and instead embraced him back in a comforting silence. This time, I will protect you this time, for sure. Yuan continued. Chu Liuxiang couldn't see Yuan's face at that moment, but it bore an expression filled with unwavering determination. Eventually, Yuan released Chu Liuxiang and said to her, I'm sorry if that troubled you. I couldn't help myself. Don't worry about it. Though, I hope you could give me an explanation in the future if you're comfortable with it. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. I will tell you everything later, I promise. Yuan agreed. Tian'er sent Chu Liuxiang back to the spectators' room a moment later. The others bombarded Chu Liuxiang with questions when she returned. I had a small talk with Yuan, that's all, she said, keeping the details out of it. The others could tell that she was purposefully avoiding the details, but respecting her silence, they refrained from pressing further with their inquiries, concluding the questioning there. Meanwhile, Yuan dedicated the next 6 hours to calming his mind, seeking solace and clarity amid his thoughts. C1345 Desolate Continent. Chapter 1345 Desolate Continent. During his 6-hour break, instead of using that time to recover his energy, Yuan revisited the memories he had recovered from Giant Emperor Kulas, endeavoring to make peace with them and find a sense of reconciliation within himself. The memories began when he arrived at a certain familiar dock, the very place where Yuan had initially encountered the Huang family during his trial in the lower heaven. However, unlike Yuan's trial, Tianyang was not aware of the Huang family, so he didn't bother looking for them. Instead, he went to a nearby restaurant to fill his stomach. Silver Peak Restaurant, huh? It seems like a decent place to have lunch, judging by its appearance. As Tianyang approached the entrance of the restaurant, a sizable gathering of people nearby captured his attention. The group of people were standing before this tall and bulky man, who appeared to be advertising something. I am Dong Zhou, head bodyguard for the Huang family that is currently hiring one more bodyguard for their trip to the Desolate continent, which will depart later today. The duration of the stay will be 30 days with a salary of 10 million gold coins. 1 million will be paid upon arrival on the Desolate continent, and the rest will be paid once we return from our trip. Tianyang heard Dong Zhou's advertisement loud and clearly, but he ignored it and went inside the restaurant. "Welcome. Are you alone?" The receptionist greeted him. "Yes. Please wait a moment." After taking a moment to look through their availability, the receptionist spoke. "Luckily, we still have one small table available. I will bring you to your table. Please follow me." Tianyang nodded and trailed behind the receptionist as they made their way to his designated table, situated by the wall at the far end of the building. As he settled into his seat, Tianyang felt a gaze directed towards him. He cast a glance at the large table adjacent to his, where a family of 4 was seated. The one staring at him was a beautiful young lady, who showed a friendly smile upon realizing that she had been noticed. "Fancy seeing you here, senior brother." The young lady seemed to recognize him. Tianyang did not recognize this young lady, but based on how she addressed him, he had an inkling of her identity. "Are you a fellow disciple from the Immortal Monastery?" he asked. "Yes, I am inner disciple Huang Xiao. It's an honor to meet you, senior brother." Tianyang smiled at her enthusiasm. "You make it sound like I'm famous or something, but you are famous," Huang Xiao confirmed. "You're exaggerating it." Tianyang shook his head. "Senior brother, would you like to eat with my family? It's our treat," Huang Xiao suddenly suggested. "I don't want to impose on your family time." "It's fine," the middle-aged man sitting beside Huang Xiao said. Then Tianyang ended up sitting with the Huang family. "Senior brother, what are you doing in such a place? Are you in the midst of a sect mission?" Huang Xiao asked. "No, I am out training in preparation for my core disciple examination." "Wow, you're already taking the core disciple examination. It's only been 3 years since you became an inner disciple." Huang Xiao's eyes were filled with admiration. "No, I won't be taking the examination anytime soon. I am simply preparing for it. I probably won't take the examination for another 2 to 3 years. 5 to 6 years is still quite fast, considering that most inner disciples wait at least a decade before they even attempt to do so." "Wait a second. If you're here for training, does that mean you're also going to the Desolate continent?" Huang Xiao asked after realizing this. "Also, you're heading to the Desolate continent as well?" Tianyang raised an eyebrow. Huang Xiao was only a 9th level spirit master, so she was probably an inner disciple as well. The Desolate continent stood as a vast and isolated land, inhabited by powerful magical beasts. It served as a risky training ground for numerous cultivators who sought to increase their cultivation in a short time. In other words, it was a dangerous place that attracted those unafraid of death or individuals desperate enough to risk their lives for strength. However, Huang Xiao did not appear to fit that mold, unlike Tianyang. Even Tianyang, who had recently attained the rank of Spirit Lord, could be deemed underpowered for the Desolate continent, where magical beasts at the level of Spirit Kings and beyond freely roamed. However, Tianyang was used to risking his life to increase his cultivation. That's how he managed to reach Spirit Lord in such a short amount of time, when it took him several years just to sense spiritual energy. Moreover, the Desolate continent was rich with undiscovered treasures and held an abundance of rare medicines, drawing the attention of treasure hunters seeking fortune and valuable resources. "I am actually here as a bodyguard for my family. We have some business in the Desolate continent," Huang Xiao said in a somewhat bashful manner, seemingly aware of her lack of cultivation. Although it might appear that she volunteered as a bodyguard to save her family money, the truth was that her family had more than enough resources to afford professional guards far more powerful than her. Her presence was not a necessity for their protection. Instead, driven by a long-standing desire to visit the infamous Desolate continent, she chose to accompany her family under the guise of providing protection. I've told her not to follow us, but she was too stubborn about it. Her father sighed. Huh. Huang Shaoli chuckled sheepishly. Oh, I know. Senior brother, why don't you come with us as a bodyguard? We still have a spot open, and you're more than qualified to join. Of course, we'll pay you appropriately. Huang Shaoli suddenly suggested, her face beaming with anticipation. C1346 Raging Serpent. Chapter 1346 Raging Serpent. The reward for serving as our bodyguard is 10 million gold coins, but he'll personally add another 10 million just for you, senior brother. Huang Shaoli expressed her earnest desire for Tian Yang's company. Regrettably, Tian Yang gently shook his head and spoke in a tone tinged with apology. As alluring as your offer is, my time outside the sect is constrained. I have intentions to venture deep into the heart of the continent, and thus, I must respectfully decline. Ah, is that so? Huang Shaoli immediately looked disappointed by the refusal. However, she quickly recovered. It's okay. I perfectly understand your situation. I was being inconsiderate with my offer just now, and I apologize for it. No, it's fine. Tian Yang smiled. Sometime later. The ship to the Desolate continent will depart soon. We should start making our way there. Huang Chan said, after noticing the time. You're boarding as well, right? Huang Shaoli looked at Tian Yang. Yes. Having settled the bill for the meal, the Huang family and Tian Yang proceeded to the ship by the docks, but not before the Huang family reunited with Dong Zhou and the other bodyguards. I found another bodyguard, as you desired, Dong Zhou stated before introducing the spirit lord he had hired for the task. Huang Chen nodded and introduced his family to his new bodyguard, as well as his task. If you have any problems, you will consult with Dong Zhou first. If he cannot handle it, he will consult me. Unless there is an emergency, you will not approach me or my family. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Upon reaching the docks, Tian Yang observed a lengthy queue of individuals endeavoring to board the colossal ship that blocked most of the ocean view from his perspective. The ship in Tian Yang's memories was at least several times bigger than the one Yuan boarded during his trial. Which floor are you staying on? Huang Shaoli inquired as they waited in line. I'm on the second floor, towards the rear of the ship, he said. We're on the 7th floor, towards the middle of the ship, so we're quite far from each other. How unfortunate. Huang Shaoli sighed. With a month until we reach the Desolate continent, we'll likely cross paths many times, Tian Yang remarked with a smile. I'm looking forward to it. Huang Shaoli smiled back. Even though they've only just met today, Huang Shaoli already saw Tian Yang as a friend of sorts. Tian Yang separated from the Huang family shortly after boarding the ship. Upon entering his cramped and confined room, which only accommodated a wooden bed lacking a mattress, Tian Yang seated himself and commenced his cultivation. Several hours later, his cultivation was interrupted by an announcement from the ship's captain. Welcome to the Raging Serpent, esteemed guests. I am your captain until we arrive at your destination, Jia Jinhong. It will take us approximately a month to reach the Desolate continent. Of course, it could take a little longer or shorter depending on the sea's conditions and how often we are attacked by the sea demons. The captain already expected the ship to be attacked by sea demons since that was part of the routine for any ship that traveled to and from the Desolate continent. There's also no need to worry about the sea demons, as our experts will get rid of them before you even see one, so you can enjoy yourselves until we arrive at our destination. With that being said, we'll begin our journey shortly. Half an hour later, the ship left the docks and began sailing towards the Desolate continent. Nothing notable occurred during the first week of their sail. A few sea demons attempted to attack the ship, but they were dealt with by the spirit lords working on board before even reaching the ship. During this time, Tian Yang spent every second cultivating. I have to get stronger so that I can avenge Meng Lily. Shortly after entering the inner court, Tian Yang uncovered the truth behind Meng Lily's death. This revelation drove him to pursue strength intensely and relentlessly to seek justice for Meng Lily, earning him the nickname Suicidal Maniac among his fellow disciples. Yet, fueled by this insatiable thirst for strength, Tian Yang's cultivation saw advancements that surpassed the dreams of most ordinary disciples. However, this perilous method constantly placed his life in jeopardy. Because of his recklessness, Elder Sun, who ended up as his mentor of sorts, would frequently reprimand him for him. Of course, that didn't change his behavior, or else he wouldn't have decided to train at the Desolate Continent. On the 8th day of his journey, Tian Yang was forced to exit his cultivation by a commotion that was occurring outside his room. Typically, there were constant noises outside his room owing to the thin walls, but this time, the disturbance was not of the ordinary kind. A Leviathan has appeared. We're all going to die. Why did it have to appear now when it hasn't made an appearance for over a decade now? We're screwed. We're all screwed. Tian Yang left his room and went to the deck to see the situation for himself. Indeed, the ship had come to a complete stop to confront the Leviathan. Given that the ship's speed was far surpassed by the Leviathan, attempting to outrun it was futile, leaving them with no choice but to engage in combat. Over 50 spirit lords and 3 spirit kings were embroiled in combat with the Leviathan at the beginning. However, by the time Tian Yang arrived, half of the spirit lords and one of the spirit kings had succumbed to the Leviathan's onslaught. Meanwhile, the Leviathan itself was as strong as a cultivator at the peak of Spirit King, hence the struggle. One might question why the ship hadn't hired cultivators stronger than Spirit Kings as a precaution against the potential appearance of a Leviathan. The answer was straightforward: money. Employing a Spirit Emperor would entail expenses 100 times greater than hiring a Spirit King. Given the rarity of Leviathan appearances, with the last occurrence being a decade ago, it wouldn't be financially viable to engage a Spirit Emperor for every voyage, considering the low probability of encountering a Leviathan. C1347 Leviathan. Chapter 1347 Leviathan. Should I assist them? Tian Yang pondered to himself as he watched the experts fight the Leviathan. All the experts battling the Leviathan had cultivations far surpassing his own, and Tian Yang lacked experience in confronting sea demons. Nevertheless, the dire situation suggested that the Leviathan might wipe out the experts. In such an event, the ship, along with everyone aboard, would be the Leviathan's next target. Suddenly, the captain made another announcement. "Esteemed guests, please try to remain calm, but our ship is currently blocked by a Leviathan. Our experts are already fighting the sea demon to protect the ship, but if you are at least a spirit lord, please lend your hand. You will be greatly awarded for your contributions." Shortly after the announcement was made, several spirit lords, including a spirit king, joined the fight against the Leviathan. Seeing these cultivators bravely charge into battle with the Leviathan, Tian Yang punched himself in the face and shouted at himself, "Damn it, Tian Yang, why the hell are you hesitating now? You came out here to train. You have faced death countless times now, so why are you scared now? Fight! Fight, damn it!" Tian Yang eventually overcame his fear and flew toward the Leviathan. After a gruesome battle that lasted over many hours, Tian Yang and the others emerged victorious and slew the Leviathan. However, it was not a victory worth celebrating, as they had lost almost all of their forces to the Leviathan. In the end, only 10 spirit lords and 1 spirit king survived the fight, all of them heavily injured. "Thank you. Thank you, heroes." The people on board the ship surrounded Tian Yang and the others, showering them with cheers and compliments. Tian Yang ignored these people and went straight back to his room. Inside, he consumed a recovery pill and started mending his wounds. Fortunately for him, he came out with the least injuries among all the fighters. Sometime later, Tian Yang stopped his cultivation when he heard a knock on his door. "Who is it?" he called out. "It's me. How are your injuries, senior brother? Huang Xiaoli's voice responded. Instead of feeling joy upon hearing her voice, Tianyang's expression shifted to a frown. They are fine. Why are you here? I brought you some medicine just in case. Do you mind opening the door? Tianyang opened the door to see Huang Xiaoli standing outside, and she was accompanied by 2 guards, both spirit lords. Tianyang's frown grew deeper when he saw these spirit lords. He knew that the Huang family had a dozen bodyguards, all of whom were spirit lords. Yet, none of them participated in the battle with the Leviathan. In Tianyang's eyes, their absence from the battle felt like a betrayal to all those who willingly confronted the Leviathan, a spit in their faces. Their selfishness, by abstaining from the fight, seemed like a direct affront and likely contributed to the increased casualties. Without any hesitation, Tianyang spoke in a cold voice. If you truly cared, you would have sent your bodyguards to help. Huang Xiaoli's face was drained of all colors after hearing Tianyang's words and seeing the cold expression on his face. It's not what you think, she quickly said, fearing that he might close the door in her face if she hesitated even a moment. We told them to fight the Leviathan the moment we realized what was happening. However, they all refused to join the battle no matter how much we asked. I swear. Huang Xiaoli explained the situation to him. I also wanted to join the fight when I saw you fighting with the others, but I was stopped by my father, who told me I would only be running to my grave. Tianyang didn't blame Huang Xiaoli for not participating in the fight, as her father was right when he said that she'd only be walking into her demise by fighting the Leviathan that killed many spirit lords and spirit kings. A spirit master like her wouldn't have lasted even a minute if she were there. Tianyang glared at the bodyguards, standing nonchalantly behind her, and asked them, "Is what she said true? That you refused to fight?" "Yeah, it's true. What about it?" The bodyguard on the right said in a nonchalant tone. "We were only hired to protect the Huang family." "The Leviathan wasn't our concern," said the other bodyguard. Tianyang frowned and argued back. If we'd lost the fight, the Leviathan would have targeted the ship next, killing everyone on it, including the Huang family. But you didn't, and we're all still alive. If all of you had perished, the Leviathan would have been weakened enough for us to handle, and we would have been safe. Tianyang felt his blood boiling from anger upon hearing their response. Pathetic. And you dare call yourselves cultivators? You're an embarrassment. Tianyang sneered in disgust. What's your problem? Are you trying to pick a fight? The bodyguards glared at him with killing intent. The 2 of you should leave now. Huang Xiaoli suddenly spoke while glaring at them. But we were ordered to accompany you just in case something were to happen. I will be fine with him, so leave. If anything happens to me, you can tell my father that I insisted on being alone. Don't blame us if anything were to happen, cause I won't accept any responsibility. The bodyguards didn't show any hesitation and quickly left the scene. Once they were alone, Huang Xiaoli looked at Tianyang and lowered her head. I'm truly sorry. Please let me apologize on their behalf. Tianyang rubbed his eyes and sighed. Forget it. I am not angry at you, nor do you have any reason to lower your head for those pathetic bastards. They're still my family's bodyguard, so that only heightens my concern for your safety. Were I in your position, I wouldn't trust my back to them, let alone my life. Instead of protecting, they're the type to use you as bait to escape, Tianyang expressed, emphasizing the lack of trust he would place in such bodyguards. Huang Xiaoli was rendered speechless by his words, not that she could argue with it. C1348 Huang Xiaoli. Chapter 1348 Huang Xiaoli. After a moment of awkward silence, Huang Xiaoli brought out the medicine she spoke of and asked, "If you don't mind, please accept this medicine. It will help with your injuries." "All right, I will accept it." Huang Xiaoli quickly continued after hearing his approval. "And if you don't mind, can you let me apply it for you? This is a lotion-type medicine." Tianyang wanted to refuse, but he agreed in the end, as he felt a little guilty for misunderstanding her situation, even yelling at her. "Okay, come inside." Tianyang moved away from the door, revealing the interior of his room. This is your room?" Huang Shaoli expressed shock upon seeing the cramped room. "How can you sleep in such a depressing place?" "I don't. This is good enough for my cultivation," Tianyang said. "Still, even my dog's house has more room," Huang Shaoli muttered. "You must be used to a rich lifestyle," Tianyang commented. Sorry, I didn't mean to, it's okay. Even if I had the money, I'd rather use them to improve my cultivation." Huang Shaoli decided to stop the pointless chatter and enter the room. Sometime later, Tianyang sat on the bed with his upper torso exposed, revealing the numerous scars on his body, both new and old. Huang Shaoli, who sat behind him, was shocked by his badly damaged body. There were scars on nearly every inch of his body. Tianyang could tell that Huang Shaoli was startled by his body, and he calmly said, "Should I do it myself?" "And no, I will do it." Huang Shaoli swiftly opened the medicine and scooped some up with her finger, gently applying it to his open wounds. "This will burn a little," she warned him. Yet, Tianyang did not even flinch at the pain. "You're strong, senior brother. Much stronger than any disciple I have come across," Huang Shaoli mumbled with a slightly rosy face as she continued to caress her slender finger on his body. "You're giving me too much credit. I'm weak and talentless." "That's not true. Despite having a weaker cultivation, you still face the Leviathan, something most disciples wouldn't even dare to approach. Only those who have a strong Tao heart would be capable of such a feat. What's the point of having a strong Tao heart if you're physically weak? Having a strong Tao heart won't prevent the strong from taking from you." Huang Shaoli didn't know how to respond to his words. "Regardless, I think you are strong. I watched your entire fight with the Leviathan, and I kept thinking about how strong you were the whole time." Eventually, she uttered these words, her face flushed with redness. Fortunately for her, Tianyang couldn't see her face at this moment. "Thank you." A gentle smile appeared on Tianyang's face, as had never received such compliments before. A few minutes later, Tianyang covered his body and said, "I can apply the rest myself." "Thank you." Huang Shaoli nodded and handed him the medicine. "You'll need to apply the medicine twice a day for the next 7 days. So I will come back later to help you again." Seeing how enthusiastic she was about helping him, Tianyang couldn't muster the strength to refuse her offer and silently nodded. "Then I'll see you again in 12 hours. Huang Shaoli left immediately after. After he finished applying the medicine to his lower body, Tianyang returned to his cultivation. Omicron M over the next several days, Huang Shaoli would visit him 2 times every day to apply medicine to his body. As time passed, Huang Shaoli stayed longer than intended and even began sharing her own stories with him. As for Tianyang, he didn't mind her presence at all, as Huang Shaoli reminded him of Meng Lily during their time in the village. "Senior brother, do you know what the other disciples say about you? You can stop calling me senior brother. Just call me by my name. Then you can also call me Shaoli." "All right, Shaoli. Anyways, they call you the suicidal maniac because you're always accepting sect missions that are considered suicidal for your cultivation. I was even told that it was a sect elder who created that nickname. They say it's a miracle that you always manage to come back alive and that you have a guardian angel by your side who protects you. Suicidal, huh? I guess that's how my actions seem to the others. Not that I am denying it. If you don't mind me asking, why are you going to such lengths to acquire strength? It's the only way for someone as talentless as me to keep up with those geniuses who are always a step ahead of me while doing much less. Honestly, I envy them. Of course, that includes you," Tianyang expressed, maintaining a calm demeanor despite uttering such melancholic words. "And me?" Huang Shaoli was taken aback. "Yes. After thinking about it, I recall hearing your name before. Huang Shaoli, a genius who sensed spiritual energy in just a month. You ascended to become an inner disciple within a year of being an outer disciple, becoming the youngest inner disciple at 18 years old," Tianyang acknowledged, recollecting details of Huang Shaoli's remarkable achievements he heard from the other disciples. Huang Shaoli blushed after hearing his compliments. I, on the other hand, needed 3 whole years to sense spiritual energy. Then, it took me another 8 years to become an inner disciple. My talents are pathetic in comparison, literally not worth mentioning. Not everything in this world is about talent. In fact, geniuses tend to die faster than those without talents. Huang Shaoli said, trying to comfort him. If I've managed to live this long despite my suicidal methods, what does this say about me? That I am worse than talentless? That's not. I know. I'm only joking. Tianyang chuckled. You're such a... Huang Shaoli was interrupted by a loud noise that resonated through the ship, immediately followed by a powerful tremor, akin to experiencing an earthquake. This is an emergency announcement. We've encountered a flying Leviathan. Brace yourselves for the worst. The captain's voice carried a tone of dread, as if he had already resigned to the bleak outcome. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.